I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess, but I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome to day 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season, where 8 of the very best teams the EU and MENA region has to offer are currently battling it out under a round-robin format to determine which top 4 teams will make it all the way to our challenge finals at Gamescom Cologne. As we approach the halfway mark to this season, there is so much on the line, and for some teams, it is make or break. And with BSC points on the line, there has never been so much at stake. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Well, we are now into week 2. Days 1 and 2 are done. It is day 3 today, and there is so much on the line here for the EU and MENA region. I am Mark, joined today by some familiar faces, and a new face joins the casting desk. Trav, Sunny, great to have you back, and Kenny, fantastic to have you here as well. Trav, I'll start with you. How have you been? It's good to have you back.
I mean, after countless good games last week, I was kind of sat with my head in my hands across the weekend, just hoping for more Brawl stars, and the Snapdragon Pro Series delivered.
I mean, there was so much good action going down last week. I got to watch from home, and I had to be a part of the action, so I appreciate the invite. Good to be here, and it's going to be an awesome day of matches.
I have to agree with you on that one. I really look forward to the matches coming up today, and I'm very happy always when I have to get to be around with such astute colleagues.
You're going to make me blush, Sunny. We've got so much coming up today. Some of the matches are honestly absolutely insane. Have you been keeping up with our socials? Because if you do, you get it cooking. Good for you. If you haven't, make sure that you head over to our Twitter, our Facebook, and our Instagram at ESL Mobile, and for Instagram at ESL_mobile. And if you're a player, Discord is probably the best place for you to go as well. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Mingle there in the chat groups, make some friends, maybe even get a team together. It could be you competing for all that prize pool. There are so many opportunities to keep up with the competition, but we'll do our best as well along the way to keep you informed of everything good here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And as well, the format, Trav. Some viewers may at home not be too familiar with it. Talk us through it.
Well, I mean, those open finals feel like a bit of distant past at the moment. We had 2 splits of them. 4 teams came from each of those, so here we lie in game day number 3 of the challenge, where 8 teams will be joining us for some incredible games. From here, the top 4 teams at the end of this phase will head on to the challenge finals, where we will have that, as you said, at Gamescom in Cologne, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. Ready to give out some cash, and then we'll do it all again for Season 4 and give out some more cash.
Cash seems to be on the top of your mind, Trav. Well, Kenny, as Trav rightly says, cash, of course, is king here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And players not only battling it out for those bragging rights, but obviously some big bucks on the line here.
Of course. I mean, $20,000 going to first place. That's quite the jump, even from something like second place. But getting in the money here, especially, placement points on the line, there's a lot at stake, including some cold, hard cash, as Mr. Trav likes to put it. So it's very important that these teams do well, and obviously getting first place would be huge for any of these players.
Absolutely so. Life-changing sums. Got to split it out, of course, amongst the teams and the coaches and the analysts, but nonetheless, it goes a long, long way. We've explained the format. We've explained the prize pool. So I think it's about time that we look into the match schedule. We've got some seriously, absolutely blinding matches here today.
Well, 4 of them are amazing to watch. I would join in if I was you, but we're going to start match day 3 with a banger already. Zeta Division versus SK Gaming, followed by Foot Esports versus ANR. Navi is going to play Mr. Doza today, and Team Keizo plays versus Humble. And yeah, I think it would be a mistake to not tune in today.
I mean, those first two matches in themselves are absolutely stunning. I cannot wait to see the results, especially that first one, because ultimately Zeta Division and also the top there, SK Gaming, on 2-0. They've got a fantastic run going on at the moment. And it affects so much as well, because we're giving away BSC points here at the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. And that can have a big knock-on effect. As we know, Trav, there's so much there that teams have got to consider now.
Yeah, I mean, though it just, as Kenny was talking about the cash, I was talking about the cash, the BSC points, they're a massive, massive part of it as well, That is what these teams are going to be striving for, because a lot of them, they desperately need those points. They really, really do. We've got a couple of teams who aren't in contention in the Snapdragon Pro Series. People are going to be able to overtake in the Brawl Stars Championship by performing well here, and that is a really, really big thing. Absolutely
so, Kenny. As Trevor already says, for some teams that are maybe a bit behind the BSC, it's a great chance to catch up as well. If they're able to perform on the day here throughout the challenge weeks, being able to establish themselves in the BSC as well as the Snapdragon Pro Series goes such a long way.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the dynamic of the region right now, I mean, there are teams that are missing the mark even for this top 8 right now, and I'm sure that wishes they could be here. I mean, so many valuable points to be attained, and like I said, some of these top 7 teams that you see, and an 8th there at the bottom as well, going to be fighting for those valuable BSC points. Zeta Division and SK, like we alluded to, 2-0. It's going to be an absolute awesome start to the day, but I think there's a lot of teams on this leaderboard that have an opportunity to prove themselves.
We see the leaderboard here is Wall, Zeta Division, SK Gaming, A&R leading here with a whopping 2 points already. Team Kaiser and Navi in the middle there. And then we have 3 teams, Humble, Mr. Dosa and Foot Esports, also not looking too great so far. But some of the teams, like Foot Esports, we did not expect to see them so far down. They're going to head off and into our first match of the day. I feel like they can redeem themselves this week.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that Foot Esports come out today with the doors swinging, because it's not an easy matchup. Not by any means at all for them. They're going to have to really pull it out of the bag. But let's draw our attention to our first match of the day, Trav. It's Zeta Division up against SK Gaming. Give us a bit of an insight here, for those that may be less familiar with these two teams.
I mean, if you're not familiar with these two teams, I'm not sure what you've been doing this year, because they pretty much are, at the moment, SK Gaming are trailing quite far behind in the Brawl Stars Championship, but recent performances, they're a top 3 team in EU in my eyes. Zeta Division being, in my eyes, the best team in Europe, and possibly, up there in the world at this point, being in the discussion for #1. Gero, Naui, Meow, and Inso being that roster. They really, really are just absolutely phenomenal at present.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Zeta Division have really held their presence felt this season. I mean, throughout the entire time through the BSC, they've been very consistent. Every opportunity they've had, I feel like they've performed at the best, and only missing the mark on 1 month for the BSC is a huge deal. So I think this is going to be a really good test for SK to kind of see how they line up against somebody that's been so strong this year.
Zeta's not only looking strong in the BSC, but also here in the ESL, 2 points up. In the BSC, they're one of the only 3 teams that made it to every single monthly final so far. So definitely an opponent to look out for.
Yeah, for me, Zeta Division are at the top of this region. They are the team to beat. And if SK today can cause that upset, what a way to resonate through the EMEA and, MENA region. SK Gaming, of course, iKaos, Yoshi, OP, and Pedro. Trav, this is an established roster we all know and love.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very, very notable players, but they're taking their time to get going this year. A few little different roster changes here and there, and it seems like they're finally settling on OP, and I think it's a very, very smart choice, obviously coming off that Foot Esports roster. I feel like both teams have been strengthened thanks to it, both Foot Esports and SK Gaming, but at the moment, it seems like SK Gaming maybe got the better end of that deal, because they have been looking very, very good, and to be honest, I think maybe they are the only team who can rival Zeta Division at the moment.
They've certainly looked strong on paper, and I think adding OP to this mix has only made them better, like you said. I think it's something that, for whatever reason, sometimes it just clicks with players. And even though maybe historically this isn't the SK roster that we've seen, I feel like they're starting to take steps to make it back to that previous, world-renowned form. They're a household name in Brawl Stars, and like you see in this matchup against Team Queso, they stayed disciplined last week. They managed to go 2-0, and I think they have a really good shot here today to kind of take on what we view as the titan of this region, Zeta.
Sonny, I know that you love close matchups here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've yet to have a sweep, haven't we? And you've been very much riding that story. How do you see this one going? Because these are 2 of the closest teams, but is today going to continue on the 3-1s or the 3-2s or the reverse sweeps potentially?
Well, I have to say, I am very happy with the results we had so far. No 3-0. This isn't going to be another 3-0 again. I feel like SK might take this one today. I want to go out on a limb there simply because they were looking stronger and stronger over the past few weeks. It's going to be 3-2 for SK.
Speedrun the predictions as the draft is coming in. Trev, how's your spine feeling today, mate?
My spine's feeling a little 3-0 Zeta-y, I won't lie. I won't lie. You see, just because I feel like we've got a bit of a lack of 3-0s, I feel like maybe Zeta Vision will just want to get this one over with.
Interesting. Kenny, your first prediction on the board, make it a good one, and talk us through the bans and the picks as they come through.
Yeah, my spine's not feeling quite as bold as Trav. I will go with Zeta. I'm a man of logic. Zeta haven't taken a lot of losses recently, and as good as SK has played, I'm feeling more of a 3-2 Zeta. So I'm going to take a closest approach to Sunny, but I'm going to go the other way as well. Kick things off, though, we've got Pit Stop on the map. No Primo, no Dynamite, no Rico, Bonnie, Shelly, who has been a menace in Brawl Stars recently off the boards, and Spike as well. Barley is a first overall pick, though. Feels like a very safe one. Makes a lot of sense to me on this map.
It does make a lot of sense. Barley looking very strong also in the statistics. But of course, a thrower always goes a long way in this map. On the other side, we have a bit more of an aggressive approach by SK Gaming. Going with the Daryl as first pick already. Makes sense that they banned out Shelly. Maybe they go with Ems now, simply because you don't want your opponents to have Ems when you're the Daryl. But let's see with what they will go with.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, if they go with Ems, they're going to have a really tough matchup against the Barley. But, I mean, they are going to go for it at the end of the day. But, you know, they're going to have to get this matchup very, very right. And it's going to be situational. If the Barley's going to be up against the Ems, it's going to have a very tough time. But if they bring something like a tank into it, it could be a bit of an issue for that a little bit later on down the line. So you don't know if Zeta Vision are going to go all out for this control. However, you know, with the Spike, the Rico banned out, it's going to be tough to go for that kind of idea. Same with the Shelly as well. There's not really that many defensive ideas left. They're going to go with the Nita. Don't know if maybe they go something, you know, a bit more range, like an Otis, something like that, to be able to shut the Daryl down when when rolling in. And obviously, Otis doing a decent job against Ems at range as well.
Interesting stuff so far. Well, Kenny, Sunny, you're going to take the reins on our first match of the day. Make your way to the casting desk and give it your all.
Well, of course, it wouldn't be EMEA if I didn't get my initiation here. Got to hold hands.
Are you enjoying it, at least?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I mean, Ark and Trav got theirs last week. It kind of feels wrong that we don't get one, too. Next pick, though,
finally, I have someone to hold hands with as well.
I mean,
I'm very happy to see. Edgar, I was about to propose that pick, is going to be the last pick here for Zeta Division, simply because they already have the Nita against the tank. They want a tank on their own. Well, Edgar doesn't have the amount of HP, definitely the amount of damage output they need.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see them take the Edgar as well, because going into a Barley, it would have been a really solid matchup. So getting rid of this makes a lot of sense to me. It's almost picking something that's decent here, gets a lot of aggressive damage, can jump over the walls. But in general, it's something that they kind of block from having Barley go against. So I think that's a little draft 101, a little chess match going on amongst our players.
And there we have the last pick up from SK Gaming, and they're gonna go with Stu. I do like that pickup, not the best amount of damage, but they already have that with the Daryl, of course. Now it all comes down how well can they defend off the Edgar whenever he jumps in. Of course, Stu is gonna have a great time there. On the other side, whenever Zeta Division has the Nita Bear and a Barley Super, Barley's unsafe himself, it's gonna be so hard for SK Gaming to defend this one. I have to go with Zeta Division on this draft here. Who would you go with?
I like it too. I think the Nita has a really favorable matchup. And again, they remove Edgar from being something that could counter Naui here. But I think overall, two comps that can definitely get the job done. They really have to capitalize on kind of these X-Factor brawlers. If they don't get OP and Daryl over that high save, if they don't get Edgar over, it's going to be a tough time. Euro already starting things off hot, though. 12% damage being done, but it's going back and forth off camera as well. Neck and neck right now to kick off our first game.
Zeta Division with a teeny tiny lead only, but it's not going to be enough to hold for another 2 minutes. Let's see if SK Gaming can push up themselves. OP still trying to get his super there to maybe roll on to save very soon. Meow doing the same, trying to get his bear. With Hyper Bear, he would do such a big amount of damage. Zeta Division definitely looking into getting that bear and safe.
Like that choice of gadget coming in from Naui to a little slow down onto the enemy teams. OPE deliberating what to do as iChaos trying to defend now. The Friend Zoner taking down Edgar here, and now it's Red's turn to respond. Damage coming in now from the Shotgun Brawler. Yashi there to respawn, try and repeat some action as well, but Bruce the Bear, the big fourth man on the field, getting a stop.
Yeah, just looking into an opportunity to get his bear on save. That would definitely be the key for Zeta Division's success. They're already in the lead though, as SK Gaming still struggles with defending Garo time and time and again. He gets some damage onto save. There is the bear without any damage. Let's see if Zeta Division can come back from this one. SK Gaming though still need a lot of damage themselves. 1 minute left on the clock. It doesn't look good for them.
Yeah, and a little breakaway here from Edgar too, an attempt to try and get that stop, but shut down immediately. The final few percentage points adding up there. Zeta Division starting off strong with 68-0. What a lead for them.
It's a very big lead. I can't wait to see the second match. If Zeta Division can just walk away like that with a 2-0 already in the first set, I see not a too bright future here for SK Gaming in this matchup here. Zeta Division, a tiny bit of a better draft here, but they're also playing it so well with Garrett just time and time again rushing in and keeping SK Gaming busy.
Early jump here from Edgar too, and like you said, there's several damage options onto that high safe too. They can rotate between Edgar, Barley with a super can lob shots over the walls. It's a little bit tougher. Somebody like Yoshi who's playing the Stew can oftentimes be a great counter into somebody like Barley who's a little more squishy but can't necessarily deal that DPS onto a high safe. So SK really gonna have to rely on positioning, getting their Daryl over there, getting their Ims over there, and trying to get some big stops, something we didn't see as easily. It's now a dive forward, a push back from Ims. It's gonna be a stop there, and SK might have a real opportunity. Problem is, they're down 50% already.
Nice attempt there by Garrett, gets taken out in the end. SK Gaming with full control over the map now, gets some damage dealt to safe, but it's only Yoshi that really is on safe, and we talked about it before, Stu just doesn't have the damage. It's still Zeta Division here in the lead with a whopping 50% already. Again, I don't see SK Gaming recovering from this. They need OP and safe, but Zeta Division doing such a great job at just defending him again and again.
Yeah, Zeta have been relentless. I mean, really no opportunity for SK to progress up the map because they're either stopping brawlers or getting stopped themselves. You see a little flashing of the super on this left-hand side as now he moves to try and stop this. Edgar, Meow, keeping their distance, waiting for the onslaught to begin, but it just hasn't happened yet. And I think a missed attempt at a roll there. Daryl looking like he was trying to progress towards that high safe and just gets bounced back immediately. Time certainly not on their side at this point.
And now with the Barley, gets so much value. It has been a while now that the unbreakable walls have been added to the game, and throwers are just thriving. Novi showing us exactly why. Pit Stop is one of the best maps for the Brawlers, and with 70% in the lead, SK Gaming needs a push in the last 40 seconds, which is now. Otherwise, Zeta Division is going to take away this set already.
Could have an opportunity if they convert on some big damage here. They can't quite get it though. An immediate stop from the defense of Zeta. Chaos trying to defend here, and again, somebody they need to see get onto this high safe, and with 20 seconds to go, it's looking very difficult. They're gonna have to seriously dish out some damage now. OPE without a super, not looking good for the SK Gaming side.
Garrett just walking away, trying to get some damage himself. SK Gaming finally on safe here. OP gets a single shot up. It's again just Yoshi. It's not going to be enough. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Zeta Division takes this one with a 2-0 already. Well played by them. SK Gaming, better draft, better play style. What was it, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to point at 100%. It just felt like Zeta were in control. I didn't really have that moment where SK were swaying me to believe they were going to take that one. It felt like it was just constant offense, and oftentimes I feel like it's something we talk about in Hot Zone, right? They rotate their players really well. Oftentimes they're going to want to hunker down, get those percentage points. Well, in this case, it's the high safe that's kind of acting as that. They have a point of attack. They're winning their lanes. They're not giving up just goofy kills, and I feel like their overall composition was really balanced too. I think Zeta Division just had a lot going for them, and obviously the mechanics were clearly there. It's interesting to kind of see the damage count and the kill count come in and be so close despite Zeta feeling like they were ahead the whole time.
Sometimes the stats just don't reflect what we just witnessed. SK Gaming getting a bit more kills, but in the end that doesn't matter. We are all in highest tier playing for damage. I really felt like Zeta Division were the ones that controlled the whole map here. SK Gaming were the ones that were just defending over and over again, and OP just couldn't break through because he was the only brawler that could do any damage. Zeta Division knew that, so they just focused all their energy on keeping OP under control. In the end, it just didn't work out for SK. With my 3-2, kind of hope they're gonna do a bit better in the next map. It's gonna be a Ring of Fire. Do you feel like SK can take this one?
You know, they're a great team. It's one set, and at the end of the day, it's the first one of the day. I'm going to give them a little benefit of the doubt. I expect better things from them. I feel like this team's deserve the hype that we've given them. So I'm going to trust them here on Ring of Fire that they can get the job done. But we'll see what happens. I mean, it depends on what they go with. Gus is a first overall pick. Again, it's oftentimes one of those things that I'll call a very safe pick for Brawl Stars. You're not necessarily locking yourself into one strategy, but you're picking an overall good brawler that can kind of balance out with a lot of different options.
He has great synergy with a lot of brawlers that are mostly still open. We would have the Bonnie still open here. Ring of Fire would be a map for her. Poco, Pam, and Squeak are going to be banned out by SK Gaming. On the other side, we have a Carl, Stu, and Crowban leaving Shelly open. Usually one of the best brawlers overall. I think she probably has the highest win rate throughout the whole season. Whenever BSC was a thing, whenever ESL was a thing, we never had a brawler that had a win rate this high. So picking up Shelly, definitely good choice here by Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, Shelly has been a menace recently. It's been something that since balance changes, she's faster, she's stronger. There's a lot of things going in her favor, and especially in these pro players' hands, they've got the long-range gadget that they can use. They've got the super, which does lethal damage, pierces through enemies. I think Shelly is in such a strong state right now, and you're even seeing her on things that wouldn't necessarily be as intuitive. It's coming out on Ring of Fire in Hot Zone, and I think it just goes to show the strength of this brawler right now, and understandably why Zeta would want to pick that.
Mr. P then on the other side, not one of the best brawlers, I have to say. We see him coming out more often now. People have recognized him as one of the better brawlers in this meta. But in Ring of Fire, I don't really see where the value comes in. Of course, you have your Mr. P porters, but you don't really have to scout anything. Let's see. Maybe I get proven wrong here. I would love to be proven wrong. Don't get me wrong, Terra now coming out on the other side from SK Gaming. Also one of those brawlers that have just recently made their way into the meta. Definitely a good pick here.
Yeah, Tara really blossoming recently, and I think into the matchup into Shelly and Mr. P can take care of the spawners pretty easily, has a super dynamic super that just suctions in all the enemies. It really can change the way and the flow of a match, the pacing of it. So I like Tara into both of those, and Amber is a selection too. Amber's somebody that shows up pretty frequently on this map, a great map control option for you, and just gaining general area, maybe using that slowdown gear as well to try and make sure enemies can't get to the other side, because especially when you're spawn trapped on this map, it's already difficult enough as it is to climb up the map, and now if you give them map control, let them get in those bushes and have some Amber supers down, it's darn near impossible to climb back up.
And Bo is going to be the last pick for Zeta Division. I absolutely love Zeta for trying out new brawlers. Well, not new, but definitely brawlers we haven't seen in a while. It's just as the Bo. I think it can work quite well here, especially against the Ghost. You don't really have, quick dashes around, like a Stu, for example, like a Max, to get rid of those mines quite quickly. So I do feel like the comp from Zeta Division, once they have the bow mines, once they have the Mr. P porter, can be so good.
Yeah, I think so too. I can see kind of the direction that both of these teams were more looking for. And as we get kicked off into set number 2, it was a strong start from Zeta Division, but an opportunity for SK Gaming to kind of bounce back here. I think this is a little bit more even of a composition in terms of feel. I think that Tara can really pop off here. We're going to have to see what iChaos can do, and Yoshi can kind of just dip his toes in here early. It's going to be a little contention for the mid. First one to strike is Zeta Division, though, as iChaos looks to respond here. Low HP from Meow. Gyro going to have to move over to this right-hand side, gain some valuable health points, and until somebody can really claim this mid, for now, it's going to be SK who have gotten their hands on that hot zone a little bit longer. Bow mines, though, a great way to push them back.
Definitely can change very quickly now as Meow is standing in the zone, already taking over the small lead SK Gaming took over in the first few seconds. Yoshi going down there at the start was big for Zeta Division. Chaos doing a fantastic job though on the right-hand side there to push them back time and time again. Yoshi now found his rhythm, dodging those incoming shots from Garrett. They do have the Mr. P ported there. They can push back SK Gaming anytime now. OP using his very last Terra gadget there. Goes down by Noe's play pigeon there. Great job by Noe. And Zeta Division looking into getting mid control now.
That gadget for Shelly makes her so much more valuable. I mean, oftentimes you're going to see her be a shotgun brawler, of course. You're going to think that she's going to want to push close to the enemy. Not when Tara has a super, so why not pop a gadget? And of course, now he being the player that he is, gonna hit every single one of those shots, it felt like. So a great kill there, a nice win for the lane, and now an opportunity for Meow to move up the map. Amber being forced away. Mr. P playing a great lane right now, even picking up the kill into iChaos as they sweep the left-hand side to complete map control right now for Zeta Division.
I would not want to stand in between Garo and Meow right now. They're pinching like crazy. Yoshi going down, Chaos as well. OP getting pushed back there. Finally gets his super off of Noe, but Noe is still standing. Even gets the better out of that 1v1, gets the takedown. And we have Meow, Garo, and Noe now in a 3v2 situation. Yoshi going down, trading off Noe, but time is running out as 8% is only left for Zeta Division for the taking. And they take this first game in the second set already. Not looking too rosy for SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got to see some life from these guys. I think this is a moment where if they lose this next game down 2-0 to what is seemingly the #1 team in this region. Zeta Division have been so strong throughout the entire year, whether that's BSC, whether that's ESL. This is a team I'm looking forward to kind of see challenge Zeta Division, somebody we saw a lot of potential in. They've had an excellent second half start to their year, and I just think this wouldn't do them justice. I would hate to see them go down in kind of a 2-0, 3-0 fashion as we get into it, but a start here for SK that's looking good. They've already lost a brawler on the Zeta side, so as a result, it's going to be the red roster taking over here and already dipping into 20%.
No, with a great play there, using a super followed by Clay Pigeons, getting rid of that Terra on the left-hand side, pushing up the maps. Now Yoshi with a golden shot there incoming gets the takedown. And all of a sudden, SK Gaming looking even stronger than at the start of the first game, taking over 40% already, pushing back Zeta Division with an amazing start.
This composition really relies on control of the map too, so if they let this go, it could be possible for Zeta to strike back, but they're looking unstoppable right now. They just hit 60%. Shelly taken down on the left-hand side, arguably their biggest threat. 3 SK brawlers standing, and Zeta just trying to dip their feet back in the sand. I mean, this has been really tough for them to kind of climb out of. Like I said before, Shelly can be as good of a brawler as she is, but if you're spawn trapped with no extra speed, any kind of movement, and a great OP super, it's going to be darn near impossible to make a comeback.
9% left. It's not looking like Zeta Division can come back from this one. They need to push in now, otherwise it's going to be SK Gaming taking this second game. 1-1 now in the Ring of Fire set. Now I really don't know which comp I prefer, which team I see up here. Kenny, your votes?
I think both can have merit. I think both can be great, but I think there's a little bit different ways they play, but I think they have some similar roles. You're going to want to see Tara on one side try and push the other. You're going to want to see Shelly on this side. So I think those early matchups, Zeta losing that super early on, a taken down lane, is now he's not playing any games. He's popping this gadget immediately. He knows how valuable it is to get him to this other side. And if Tara can charge up supers here early too, all the better for SK. So map control right now favoring SK. A kill in there as well. All the gadgets being exhausted for OPE is now doing his best with low HP, deliberating. Does he use this super? He's going to hold out for now, and as a result, it's going to lead to 30+ percentage points for SK Gaming.
Yoshi getting so much value with those cookie poppers incoming now. Again, Low has to fall back here. Chaos protecting his own teammate, getting shielded as well, pushing in aggressively. Although the bow mines are there now, SK Gaming is still looking into pushing up. They are already 50% up in this game here. If they take this one, they equalize the score overall as well. Noe once again getting the better out of his lane. Shelly, Tara gets so often picked as a counter to Shelly, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough situation, but in that spot, obviously OP can be favored with a super. Shelly rendered useless in the moment, so now 70% and climbing for SK Gaming. Those shields and supers from Yoshi to Chaos have been great too, so Amber, and normally an area control brawler, somebody that stays back, holds back the flames, and now releasing that flamethrower much more close to the enemies here. Bow mines being triggered, but SK Gaming above and beyond to finish off game number 3. This is the SK Gaming we were looking for in set number 1.
And this was also the close matchup we were looking forward to for today's start. SK Gaming taking the second set, making it a 1-1 score overall. And Kenny, we're already looking better with our predictions than Travis.
And you know, that's a good day too. It feels good. First day over here, so I was a little nervous going against somebody like the prediction master. I'm glad at least he's not 100% right to start off the day. He's the prediction master. What do you his nickname? Well, I mean, I don't make the rules, Sonny. That's his nickname.
Well, I only know him as Trav the Goat's talk. He wanted me. I get $50 after.
That one was
15 kills for SK Gaming.
advertising.
A lot more kills there. Other stats don't really look too different here. Again, stats don't really reflect how close those games really were. Of course, Zeta Division taking the first game there in the set made them look so strong. SK Gaming just knew how to turn around the whole thing and play against the comp they were thrown at.
Yeah, the momentum shifted entirely in games 2 and 3. I mean, SK looked dominant. It's like how Zeta looked in set number 1 in game number 1 of this set. And they're starting to hit that ceiling that we've kind of see them hit more towards the latter half of the year here. So I'm really looking forward to see if SK can continue that and kind of challenge what we view as the #1 team in the region right now.
Well, the challenge is up there. We have very strong teams here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3. 2 of them are playing right now. Bells Rock is going to be the next map. Again, a map that has a lot of different options open. We would see some brawlers again getting picked that we did not think would get picked maybe. I really look forward to Zeta Division's comp again. The bow didn't work off here in the end, but I still love them for trying it.
Yeah, it's always kind of cool to see them pick some of these more unique brawlers. And Bo's somebody that's kind of always been around, right? But he's never really a standout guy. He's never really somebody you see it being the top of the meta. So kind of interesting to see him there. I think it made a lot of sense for that map too. And somebody that maybe could show up in something like a knockout. You know, it's a map that has a lot of versatility. Oftentimes, you're going to want to see these guys ban out some kind of thrower. Oftentimes in the pro scene, I've talked to a few NA pros back home, and they really hate playing against Tick in general. They feel like he's just a very solid brawler, and a lot of those throwers as well are really good, especially since they can kind of just hold back, and since the indestructible walls, like you mentioned earlier, they're in a pretty strong stance. I mean, if you can't take down the wall, they can just kind of sit back, relax, and lob up some shots. So I think it makes a lot of sense that brawlers like Barley have started to emerge a little more. Yeah. We have Grom consistently, Sprout consistently, Tick consistently in the meta. So I wouldn't be surprised if on Bell's Rock they look to pick that or just outright get rid of it.
When Dry Season was competitive, we did see a lot of Ruffs and Tick. Tick just throws, Ruffs just stands there getting his Tick more HP than a tank. But yeah, we are on Bell's Rock now. Tick is banned, of course, most annoying brawler in the game. At least in my opinion. I love to play him, just not against him. And Goss would have been my bet here. Of course, we have a Goss first pick here again. So well with the Bonnie, with the Carl here. Both options, both synergy comps would work so well.
Yeah, I really like Gus in the current meta right now. I think he pairs well, especially with some of these higher HP brawlers. You could kind of see him take off a little bit, use those supers, and it even worked for somebody like Amber, right? Amber normally somebody that has to stay back, relax, keep the distance, use the flamethrower. But now with an opportunity for 3,000 plus more HP, nearly 4,000 every time that super's given out, pros are going to be able to use that a lot better than a casual player like me. Those utility brawlers, ones like Colonel Ruffs, ones like Gus, they're a little safer, but they bring so much value to the squad. So I think they have opportunities later down the road. If they want to go with something like a Daryl, need to counter some squishy brawlers out, I think Gus is just a perfect pairing for a lot of brawlers right now.
Definitely, that's why he's picked so often also as first pick. We have the Bell now being picked up by Zeta Division. They go for a more long-range approach, and of course, with Mr. P being banned out here by SK Gaming, they do right in picking up that Gene, only really countered by this brawler, and working so well on this one because of the vision gear, of course. We have now SK Gaming with the options of the two brawlers I already mentioned. Maybe there is a Bonnie incoming now. Gray would be a pick that isn't picked up so often, but can work quite well here as well. And we don't have really a lot of throwers open. Maybe a Barley, we have been talking about maybe a Dynamite, but those two aren't really good in Knockout.
Yeah, it's a little risky to go that route. We do love the throwers in the current state of the game. Bell's Rock, somebody where I've seen Barley experimented a little bit with, but certainly not often played on this map, not compared to the likes of Sprout and Tick and Grom, which Zeta Division, of course, wanted no part of. So they clearly want this to be a little longer range, and obviously the Gene pickup as well. Makes a lot of sense since the addition of Mr. P being so valuable by these pro players. You know, it's kind of taken away from Gene. Gene's somebody that doesn't do great into spawners. So when Mr. P's out, Gene, in general, a solid brawler, has a pull, and especially if you can charge that up going into a round, it's almost a guaranteed kill if you hit it.
We have two brawlers now being picked up by SK Gaming. It's going to be Brock, the second one, Bonnie, the last one. Of course, makes a lot of sense here. Zeta Division now needs something to defend against the aggro that SK Gaming is bringing up against them. Also, with the Brock opening up the maps potentially, Bell is going to thrive even more. Maybe they're going to play him with rocket lasers though, just to jump away from the Gene super. We're going to find out as soon as the game hits, and we have those lovely little graphics on the side. For now, Zeta Division still is about to pick their last one. I think... Okay, I was about to say, I think they need something against Bonnie. Never mind, they're going to go with another long-range brawler. They really hope SK is going to open up the map.
Yeah, and while Piper doesn't necessarily do well into a high HP brawler like Bonnie, I can see why they would want into somebody like Brock and Gus. A little more damage there, a little extra range compared to somebody like Brock. Has a super as a getaway option too if Bonnie dives in, but I love this pairing between Gus and Bonnie. We talked about how it works really well with tanks earlier, high HP brawlers as well. I mean, Bonnie is somebody that is a threat when she jumps into more of that Leon form, when she's more of an assassin brawler outside of Clyde. It's something difficult to work against. So having those two supers together can go a long way. So I actually really like that pairing as well. Piper was one I definitely didn't expect, but again, it doesn't work as well in the Bonnie for me, but it also has its perks going into somebody like Gus and Brock, I think.
But again, we are with Zeta Division. They sometimes show us some brawlers that we are not expecting. Piper, of course, is a very good brawler in this map simply because of the range. And now we're going to have this matchup here. OP trying to go 1v2 there on the left-hand side, doing a great job at this as well. Only needs one more shots to get supers. One shot still goes in. That was a bit too risky there.
Yeah, I think a little miscalculation there. Not enough health points to kind of go in there, as now Zeta going to be in trouble here on the left or the right-hand side. Chaos trying to get a pinch here now, hiding in this grassy area. Chaos a little hesitant to kind of move in here, but a super will get the job done. He can kind of just hang back, relax, and let the rockets fly. So nice job there. All things considered, SK are in a pretty even footing now.
How did Chaos get that kill? Regardless, we now have a 2v2. Yoshi and Chaos versus Noe and Meow. Who gets the better out of this? Meow, very close, must be, to his super. Let's see, he gets it now. If he gets a good pull here, they can win this round. Meow in the smoke though, dying from a great shot incoming from Yoshi. Noe still tries to 1v2 as Chaos is the only one still looking for another super. It decides to go in the smoke after all as Yoshi does throw his super there. I don't know if that was a wise choice, but of course, I'm also not a pro player.
Yeah, I mean, same here. If you've seen me play, I'm clearly not a pro, but I think that's always a hard decision to make, right? You're a pro player, you want to compete, you want to win, you want to make the hero play, and I think there it's a back and forth, right? Brock, low HP, you were in a 2v1 situation, but those supers are so valuable as Meow's going to demonstrate there. A bounce away, though, from Chaos, still slides through the shot. It's going to be Gene with the pickup, now Piper with one as well, and all of a sudden, 3v1 situation, Zeta Division charging through this round.
And Yoshi has to try now. He doesn't have a super for now, but he can get it without feeding Meow, hopefully. That's what he's trying to do right now. What we see very often here is just people going into smoke as soon as it's appearing to not feed the opponents. Noe is the only one with super already. Yoshi didn't get it, but so didn't Meow, and I do feel like a team super is a bit more valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, having the damage amplifier as well coming in from Bell, certainly going to help the cause here. Ideally using that into somebody like Bonnie, right? Somebody who has a lot of health points, and you know, as good as Piper is, as long distance damage as she does, Bonnie, somebody with a sugar rush, can really be oppressive here. That's a takedown onto Gene now, looking for more here. 3v2, dive in from OPE. Jiro, low HP, the bubble being distributed as well. Nice dish out and assist there from the teammate. Team wipe from SK Gaming in game number 1. A close one, but going to SK.
Perfect timing there in the last jump from OP. Yoshi did have his shield for him, and he was able to shield him off for further damage. Great plays here incoming by SK Gaming. Zeta Division did turn around things in the second round. It was a very quick one as well. If they get this first kill, they might be able to take this one, but otherwise, SK Gaming, if they get a single good Bonnie ult, that has to be a kill.
Yeah, and I think all things considered too, we even saw OP make a little bit of a mistake there early, and it's still all well and good for SK, right? I think they can time those Bonnie jumps well, get aggressive when they need to. I mean, passive aggressive is the name of the game, especially in Knockout, where one kill matters a lot. Dive in now, no super available for Piper though. Inevitable death there, a little bounce off right there as Nowie, Meow, looking to try and deal with this very bleak situation. 3v2, they do have some solid map control, but Chaos, OP, lurking, trying to find angles, and Meow right now feeling that pain.
Meow is falling there as well. Chaos with a great kill there. 3v1 situation again for Noe. He tries to go into smoke as quickly as possible without feeding any more here. Yoshi doesn't have super, OP doesn't, Chaos either. So good start here for Zeta Division as Meow can't be far away from his team super himself. Really interesting to see though that Gero isn't gonna go with the auto-aimer gadget here. Whenever OP decides to jump onto him, Gero has nothing to put against him.
Yeah, I think for Meow too, getting a pull here is a little bit tough of a situation, especially if Bonnie charges a super. Brock, of course, with his gadget can kind of jump away, but there's the pull going down. They're going to tag team this one. OP still remaining alive, though. They're trying to swarm him now. Pinch coming in from both sides, but Meow now getting tagged up. 2v2 situation as what looked so optimal for SK has now caused them to lose a brawler here. Both SK sides going in the mid. Rockets flying down the left-hand lane as Nowie has nowhere to go. 2v1 situation, SK favored in this spot.
SK already leading with a round. Gero now in a 1v2 situation that he has to win. Otherwise, this set is going to be SK Gaming's once again after a very strong start from Zeta Division. Now SK Gaming looking a lot better. Chaos and Yoshi playing it slow here, doing the right thing as Gero can't really do anything in this situation. Gets tapped up here, gets taken out. And with that, we have SK Gaming taking this third set, making it a 2-1 score overall.
What a bounce back. I mean, like we said, set number 1 did not go their way whatsoever. I think it's safe to say Zeta were in control. And even in game number 1 of set 2, it was looking like a Zeta Division kind of day. But all of a sudden, SK Gaming really putting respect on their name right now. Really impressive stuff here in set number 3 as well. I don't feel like Zeta are really playing poorly. I think the mechanics from SK in that set, especially one that obviously relies on kills and getting so much damage onto the other side, I feel like the comms were there. They picked mostly the right moments. I mean, there were minimal mistakes coming in. I'm impressed with SK. It's kind of wild to see less damage, but they were more efficient from it and had more supers as well.
Yeah, talking about how important supers are, we see SK Gaming got only 3 more, but it made the difference. They take the set in the 2-0 even, and looking very, very strong. I felt like, especially that moment where ever OP went down 2 times in a row, his 2 teammates just got the trade-off immediately, which is so crucial in a knockout match. We all have been in this situation, being 2v3. It's gonna be so hard for your team to come back from this. So great job there. I felt like Zeta just mispositioned themselves slightly to, yeah, be exposed to that trade-off. The next map is gonna be field goal. And it could be the last map we're gonna watch in this very phenomenal match already. How are your feelings towards that?
Yeah, I mean, Brawl Ball and Opportunity, it's a long-time game mode, and I think somebody like Zeta Division are no strangers to this map. I think this is a good spot for them to kind of show what they've got as well. We were super impressed with Zeta in set number 1. I feel like they haven't dropped off a ton. I mean, games 2 and 3, a little bit of a runaway on Hot Zone, but for the most part in set number 3, I feel like Zeta Division weren't just getting swept. They were putting up kills, putting in a good fight. I mean, you saw the super count and the damage there. They were right there in the mix. I think they've just got to take the leap, grab a couple wins, and get this over to a set 5, obviously, if they want any chance. I still feel good about Zeta Division's odds, but again, before in the pre-show, we talked about how good of a team SK is. They might have a great opportunity here to kind of take the leaderboard by storm, both of these being 2-0 teams. This is so important for each side.
And I kind of just wanted to vote against you two saying SK will win today, but now it looks like they can actually make it. They were looking so strong throughout the last few weeks, getting stronger and stronger the more chemistry they gain, also with their new pickup, right? OP wasn't in the original roster of SK Gaming. Zeta Division, on the other hand, they must have one of the best chemistries you can have in the game. They've been playing together so well, and it usually pays off. Zeta Division is at the top of the competition in our region. So yeah, I still look forward to next match. I think it's going to be a very close one, and I do feel like Zeta Division, if they get their way in draft, can very much take field goal. Nita, Barley, very strong brawlers on this map. If they can get those again, and they are open, we see the bans coming in now, they could very well take field goal.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, for either of these sides, but especially Zeta Division, when you are known as a strong team in the region, if you're winning the draft and you're that strong team, it's really difficult to come back from that. I mean, if the mechanics are as good as they are and they get the better draft, I mean, how are you supposed to do it, right? But either way, SK, a team that certainly, if they win a draft, are mechanically skilled players too. And again, like you said, they've been improving throughout the entire duration of our season and second half here. So I'm really excited what fireworks they can kind of throw down here. I think Willow is a first overall pick. Look, you're not going to see that too often, but this mode a little more unique, of course. And of course, with the mind control, Willow can kind of give the other team an opportunity to score on themselves. It's something back in the olden days of Brawl Stars we could do, but now we had to add a brawler who could do it herself. So Willow, somebody that can cause a lot of mischief here.
With Crow and Ash from the other side of SK Gaming, a bit more aggro there with the Ash especially, and you want something that can go up against the Willow without any big problems, with a lot of HP or with a lot of movement. With Barley and Dynamite both banned out, I feel like Willow is the best pickup you can go with here. The lanes are unbreakable now, so any thrower will do so well on those lanes. Nita is going to be the pickup there. I don't want to say I called that. But with the thrower and Nita, Zeta Division already looking so strong, and those two are their comfort picks. So I kind of have to side already with them.
And you know, another thing to add too is Nita adds Bruce the Bear to the field. Now Willow can take over a brawler, and going into somebody like Ash, who's normally really strong, well, if Ash gets taken over by Willow, now you're the one swiping at your enemies, scoring a goal with a lot of HP on yourself. I think Crow also somebody that's great in this meta right now, but isn't necessarily going to hard counter either of these sides. I really like the state Crow's in, but I love how Nita kind of goes into Ash really well. Nita with the extra Bruce the Bear, going to be able to deal with those tanks a little bit better. Willow, of course, can keep the distance, and now be in the mid, going to outrange Crow, more traditional long-range brawler, somebody that's well-rounded, also does well into tanks like Ash. I mean, I love what Zeta Division have created here.
SK now needs something for the other lane. They're going to play Crow in mid here regardless of the B, which in my opinion, does have a bit of a favorable matchup. There you're gonna go with Edgar, and I did not see that one coming. I have to say that. I was kind of expecting them to go Goss or something, simply to like help the Ash win his lane. They're just gonna go double aggro here, and I am very much looking forward to this matchup. Not because I think SK has a really good comp. I actually have to side with Zeta Division here, but it's always a bit more interesting to see a comp like this being played out. They just have to give it all, or nothing's gonna come out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they really commit with the Edgar pick here. It's not something we see a ton in Brawl Ball. Well, we have seen more Crow take the mid on this map, especially the beautiful Phoenix reskin we've gotten recently. It's not going to do as well into the B, I think. I think Willow, if played well, can keep the distance, charge of the supers. OP now diving into the left-hand side, trying to deal with Anita quickly, but Nita getting the stop here. Chaos dribbling the ball right-hand side, trying to take advantage of the extra gadget here, trying to get the bounce shot through. Can't quite connect. Goes for gold and falls just short here. So now Zeta with an opportunity to respond.
Nice try there by Chaos. Great trick shot incoming, but of course Gera is going to catch it. With that, Zeta Division now pushing them back themselves, trying to turn around the whole situation here. 2v3 situation though. Okay, jumping onto Gera, of course he can't do anything. And with a nice snipe there, he's really tapping on that B today. And so far, Ball again almost in mid to 3 players just standing across each other. We're kind of in a reset now.
Yeah, both sides fighting for more mid-control. Ball possession really with neither side. Meow defending for now. iChaos really showing what he can do if he pops those gadgets. Bruce, though, gonna force him back for now. Meow climbing up the left-hand lane. Meowie moving up as well as OP tries to get a stop here. A great counter into those throwers. Instead, going to go for the left-hand side as Yoshi looks to get aggressive here. And now Chaos breaking away. Instead of going for the ball, he's looking for kills here. Finds his first, but Jiro going to escape with his life for now.
He is, but he is also quite low with 2 taps there by Gera and Noe, and he's got to be out using another gadget there to stay alive. Yoshi, OP, both trying to get their supers now to maybe get another takedown onto the opponents. OP has it, Yoshi got it at the same time. Maybe that's the push from SK Gaming. We're waiting for Noe's low. Getting the takedown onto Yoshi though, and again, this goal is prevented.
What a stop coming in from Zeta. I mean, they throw down the Willow super, which again, ideally you want to use it for self goals and getting kills, but honestly it keeps them up. Meow with an awesome super as well to kind of stun Edgar. Because of that, he was able to regenerate health points because of all the swipes that they ended up sharing. Awesome stuff. Here is now Zeta Division pass over the right-hand side. This is going to be a difficult situation for Willow, though, who will go down, slow down inbound as well. Chaos low HP as now he tries to slide in a few shots. Bruce the Bear touching down as well. A little assist there. A kick forward, though, I think might have been a mistake. They had an opportunity to walk that in, but for now it's going to be OPE pocketing this in this back right-hand side corner.
The ball is pocketed. Yoshi tries to get out of there, but doesn't get the takedown. Once again, gets taken out himself. 4 seconds left. Gero with the mind control onto Chaos. It just ends in the very last second. Overtime is going to hit this one.
And now SK with a breakaway as well. Pass over to Yoshi. All the walls down for overtime, and a super being flashed by OPE. They're looking for an aggressive kill or maybe an aggressive take at a goal. Now he falling low HP. A misconnection there from the super too as Chaos puts the pressure down on the left-hand side. Thrower now stepping up. OPE jumping in on the action. Kills going down for SK and a more clear net. The pass through and from the grave. OPE with the goal in overtime.
SK Gaming taking his first game and also the match point in this one. 2-1 up already, and now 1-0 up in this Brawl Ball set, looking very strong. I have to say though, this last match was a bit shaky from both sides. We did have some goal opportunities. I have to go with you as well. Zeta Division could have maybe just walked it in. They decided to not do. Maybe they're gonna turn around their plan a bit now.
Yeah, tough timing there. I think maybe, just maybe, they have enough in the tank to walk that in. But right now, SK responding very strong to the start of game number 2. We're going to have to see what Zeta are made of. They're going to have to shake off some of these mistakes, make the right calls here, and of course, they're going to have to find a way to get some kills because SK, in the later half of that game, were doing a good job. They are playing a very aggressive composition. Edgar, somebody that gets no value from sitting back. Ash, somebody that's not just going to hang around. He's looking to waste resources from the other team. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Right-hand lane is Bruce the Bear. Going to be chasing him down now. Now he with a big pickup here. Meow dribble going for the mid here. Deciding what to do. For now, just going to kick it away. But ball control completely with Zeta Division.
The tanks and the assassin still standing there. Chaos and OP defending their own goal. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and it doesn't look like SK Gaming can break out of their spawn anytime soon. As Zeta Division pushing up there, getting the takedown onto OP. That could result in a score here. Chaos gets the ball, but Team Wipe is there, and with that, Garo scoring 1-0 up in this second match.
I like that. They played it more patient. They got themselves a guaranteed goal. Minimal mistakes, and at the end, it's all going to work out. So game number 2 in favor of Zeta Division. They've been the best team in the region more recently. They've challenged just about every team, but we're going to have to see if they're built to make a comeback here against a strong team in the second half. SK now with an opportunity. Third brawler on the map right now is going to be Bruce the Bear, pushing away Chaos for now. Meow low HP. Jiro lobbing up shots, but Yashi with the super. It's very dynamic. He can travel across the map, dish out damage, use that gadget to slow down enemies if they want to try and take it, but they're going to be tapping from the side of Zeta. It's a kick forward. Zeta Division right back on offense.
Now against Chaos, Meow does get the better out of that one. Mind control is there, and with that, Zeta Division takes it 2-0. Very well played by them, and they prevented SK Gaming from making this match point a winning match already. We might go all the way into the very last set, and then, Kenny, it's definitely a close matchup, which I like.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA is not a region of sweeps, and these two teams are not teams that are going to go down in any sort of weak fashion. This has been great from both sides. We talked about in the pre-show how SK is somebody that has to prove themselves today with an opportunity to showcase that, hey, maybe we can take a stab at being number 1, but Zeta didn't get here by mistake. And so now it's going to be a second attempt at a match point here for SK Gaming. Naui with control of the ball. Kick over to the right-hand side. OP diving in now, looking for the counter matchup. A pinch coming in from Yashi as well. Naui trying to work his way up too, but a big slowdown coming in from Yashi. Naui now can't really grab this ball safely. Still a tough situation for SK though, as they're still on their goal side looking to branch out.
Again, it's going to be Zeta Division pushed up all the way into the upper third here. SK Gaming find themselves in there. Spawn Garo gets his super there in the nick of time, controlling OP, just getting his life from it, but not really any other value. They do get to take down however onto Chaos. Gary and Meow would have, if they only would have picked up the ball there. Yoshi. Oh my god, they actually just runs through with the ball. What happened there? It only took 2 taps by Meow and he would have been down. They just weren't fast enough.
Oh, my heart is so happy that we got something so ridiculous, but also I'm hurting for Zeta as well. They're gonna have to respond strongly here. Kick over to the left-hand side. Meow with the takedown as well. It's a low HP Yashi. Kick over to the right. Bruce the Bear rushing him away. Ash takes a swipe, but not enough. Even though they may have made a mistake and Crow made a monstrous play, Zeta Division quick to retaliate.
I was kind of speechless there for a second. Yoshi just walking it in now, Zeta Division getting its other team wipe, equalizing the score here. SK Gaming, keep in mind, still have the match point here. If they make this round, they already have the point secured for the day today. Yoshi getting stunned here. Meow gets taken out. Chaos one shot there. He still gets the better out of that one. Bruce Bear still right behind him. Gets taken out eventually, but so is Chaos. And again, Garo and Noe looking in a great position there. SK Gaming just placed this whole match in their own spot.
SK with a big stop there too. Getting the B takedown, very valuable for them. OP now rushing to the left-hand side. Chaos with a kick forward. Meow now with an opening left-hand side. Distributing the ball towards the wall here. Bruce joining in on the fight as well. Robotic Rats available, but not being dished out. 12 seconds to go. Zeta with an opportunity now. Stun going through. OPE doing his best, but with 3 brawlers rushing at him, it's not enough. It's Zeta Division striking back. We're going to a set 5.
Well played there by Zeta Division. Well, with that, they also break the curse. You were calling it ridiculous that Yoshi just runs through. We had a similar situation last week where Luki with Stu just walked past all 3 of them, super shotting it in the goal. This only ever happens to Zeta Division.
Yeah, and ridiculous in the sense that I can't believe that happened, right? Like, that's something that you can't script. It was unbelievable, and I think a great kind of vision there from Crow, identifying that even with such low HP, he was outside of the attack position. I love that coming in for them. I mean, it's those kind of goals, especially in Brawl Ball, where kills are great. I mean, you see it with Zeta Division. If you're almost doubling what SK can do, yeah, you're probably winning that set, but we saw great moments from SK too, and especially that Crow play. I mean, my goodness, timing it, I mean, just right. Respawn and all. It was just a moment of silence, just, is he gonna do it?
And he did. Timing at its best, and Yoshi walking in just in. And still, this wasn't even the last match. We have two giants facing up against each other here, SK Gaming versus Zeta Division, and we still have one more round to go as we have a 2-2 situation here. I really hope now we're going to go all the way into the very last game of the very last set even. It would only be fair with those two teams facing off against each other.
I mean, they've been giving us a show, and that's exactly what we expected coming into this. Other than Trav, of course, who is clearly very wrong right now. Love to point that out. Can't do it too often. I don't get to do the EMEA with him much, so I have to give him a little grief since...
You can say twice in a row.
Well, we'll remind him later as well. I mean, this is only round one, and I'm sure he's enjoying his time watching on the sidelines, and sorry to do him like that, but... You know, Prediction Master can miss a couple times too, but 2-2, both of our predictions still pretty valid right now, and honestly, I'm sticking with my pick. I mean, I'm going to hold the line at this point, but I feel pretty 50-50 to say the least.
I mean, to be fair, Zeta Division have the momentum now. SK Gaming just comes out of a match point that they didn't take. So now Zeta Division looking strong for the next map. Double Swoosh is going to be our next map. And again, those brawlers they like to play are really good in here as well. We have a lot of Taro, a lot of Nita, Barley, whatever has a lot of vision works on this map. Then for mid, I would see Mr. P maybe come in here again. I'm really not that big of a fan of this pick still. You just don't have the amount of HP, the amount of damage output in time to get rid of your opponents. At the same time, he does a really good job at scouting bushes with his porter. Again, Double Swoosh could be one of his best mets. Otherwise, Maxen's too probably.
Yeah, I think what Mr. P can bring to the table is visibility on this map, right? And the porters do really well. It's also a blocker for somebody like Gene, who's been so strong in Brawl Stars history, and of course does not do well into those extra brawlers. But in general, Double Swoosh is just chaotic. There's a lot of different brawler options. We saw Crow a moment ago, somebody that I really value in this current meta, especially for pro players. Somebody that I definitely expect to either be in the band stage or played here. This region as well plays a lot more Pam than kind of my boys back home in A. It's always interesting to see those little nitpicky things that each pro side kind of takes, but it's something that's also very valid in the sense that the healing station can go down behind indestructible walls. It's also a great job at scouting out those bushes too. So a lot of teams are either going to take the approach of we're just going to blow up the whole darn map, or we're going to tear it down or have some visibility gears maybe to scout it out. There's a few different directions you can go in when you're trying to approach these very bushy maps.
That sounds to me like a lot of different options, and I'm looking forward to the draft here as well. We have, of course, two of the strongest teams in our region right now, but they couldn't be further. Like the big picture in the BSC itself, Zeta Division on first spot, SK not looking too good at the moment. They really need those points. So, yeah, for both of them, a lot is on the line. Zeta Division just wants to secure that first spot because it just feels great to be the first of your region.
Yeah, and being 3-0, of course, really helps guarantee you one of those top spots, right? And for both of these sides, not only a confidence boost, but if either side gets a win in this kind of fashion over the other, you gotta feel good about yourself. Momentum, a big thing for these pro players too, and SK have been kind of riding this wave of momentum since the roster change and improved a ton as a result. Early on in the year, not as strong, but it's been a big storyline for them, right? And confidence, again, the way they've been playing, it's all coming together. So I think winning here could really kind of set a tone for the rest of the season. It might even wake Zeta Division up a little bit. So we'll have to see what happens. Set 5 can really go either way.
And the bans, as well as one pick, is here already, and it's going to be the bow. It comes out again this time, not for Zeta Division, but for SK Gaming. And I do feel like on this map, both the Mr. P and the bow is just working a lot better than a Ring of Fire, so definitely great pickup there for SK Gaming. Bans are Ems, Mr. P and Squeak. From the side of Zeta Division, Jean, Shelly and the Crow pick. Of course, Ember is going to come in now. On the right-hand side, she just does such a good work at breaking up this map and then constantly winning your own right-hand side lane. It's just so much easier playing on the left-hand side when you're in the bushes, hiding. With Ember, that's not going to be possible for SK.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to completely remove. So they're not blowing up the map. They're just, we're getting rid of all the grass. We want to see exactly where you all are at times. Look out for those supers and those gadgets constantly from Amber, either to charge up more of her super and then destroy more of the map. But mostly they're going to be lobbing it up on that right side lane. They're going to be trying to tear open that little mid section where the gyms kind of spawn, and oftentimes we're going to see those mids. And Penny's somebody that's a little more flexible, right? Sometimes, depending on the composition, she'll run that mid. She'll work with that salty barrel and kind of just be able to tank some shots into more of these single shot brawlers. But we've even seen her be deployed in the lanes as well. So I think Penny's somebody that's versatile. Of course, with this third pick, kind of will dictate how we feel about that, where that Penny will end up being slotted.
Always a great pickup because you can play her mid or on the lane, of course. I would expect Zeta Division later on to go with something a bit more mobile just because of the ball mines to get rid of those. Maybe a Stuart or Max are gonna come in later. SK is gonna go with one of their favorites. Carl is gonna come in here just for that little bit of aggression. And it works well against the Penny and the Ember, of course. They still have a last pick here. Terra would still be a great possibility. Otis, we do see come in time and time again. Or they just sneak away the Max or the Stu for Zeta Division. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Bo, of course, probably going to be the mid choice here. They're going to go with Otis, which is just a well-rounded option. You get the fat splatter that can do a little bit of scouting report for your teammates, maybe get that extra damage from a distance. I think Carl, an interesting one here, too. He's kind of your emergency gym grabber, right? He has the flying hook. He's got his super, which can get him breaking speeds away from any trouble, or just dive right in to try and steal some gems. So I think Carl, very versatile, somebody that this region and a lot of the world like as well.
And we have a last pick now from Zeta Division, still incoming. Can't wait to see what is going to be our very last match of this matchup of the day. And they are going to play Penny as lane. B is going to play the mid here. I, again, don't really know with what comp I would side with. Kenny, if this was your Power League match, which comp would you prefer?
Well, if this was my Power League match, I have no faith in my randoms, so I would feel unconfident as it is. But of course, with these pro players, it's really interesting to see that. I mean, not a ton of hard counters going down here. I think Otis almost a blocker there. My NA brain's coming out. And of course, I see Bo and I see Carl, and one of the most common bans for Carl, at least over on our side of the world, is somebody like Daryl. And no, he's not traditional on double swoosh, but we have seen a lot of tankier brawlers in this region as well, kind of surprise last picks. I think that could have been an option. I think Otis a good general one, so I think they bring that out for kind of a multi-purpose there. So that's really interesting. I think B ultimately going to possibly be on this lane here too, and we're going to see her left-hand side. So the long-range sniper, something that's a little more interesting, something we don't see every day, but I think with this composition makes a lot of sense as Penny's a little more mid-ranged as well. Now he in the mid though, taking control here early. 3-1 situation, make it 4 now. The Zeta Division looking to make a little bit of a comeback here.
Amazing start by them, looking strong already, getting the takedown onto the left-hand side. Noe pushed up all the way in mid, picking up all those gems. SK Gaming now looking into coming back maybe as soon as they have the bow mounts, but with Yoshi still far away of those, it's not looking too great. Meow already with a second super, burnt the bushes, both on his lane and in mid, looking very strong for Zeta Division with a Penny Mortar now as well. Almost impossible for SK Gaming to come back from this one.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the spawn trap going, they've got the map control going, they've got the mortar going down as well. I mean, there's a lot of good things going in Zeta's favor right now. 7-3, and they're somehow going to have to either take down Nowie for a big surprise kill, utilize these bow mines, and OPE trying to make something happen here. A little bit of a desperation flying hook as the bow mines are going to be triggered. And that poor Porter gonna fall here. No more super until, of course, they deploy another one. I mean, now he's put in so much work throughout the set. He had another one rearing and ready to go.
He was just waiting to place down another one. OP and Chaos now both going into the lane of Garo. Garo falling. OP is as well though. Chaos the only one left standing, but no, he immediately gets rid of him. Pick up a 10th. Make it 11th gem as Meow has one as well. 6 seconds left on the clock, and SK Gaming far away from getting the takedown onto Noe. This is gonna be a match point for Zeta Division.
Zeta Division with an opportunity to close things out here. Both sides fighting to be the first 3-0 team of our competition and season here. I think nothing really went wrong for Zeta. I think the early game in game number 2 is going to matter. They can't afford to lose a lane early, and especially kind of feeding Meow any supers is something they're going to have to avoid. Of course, Meow has the privilege of taking advantage of that gadget and being able to charge the super from a distance, but I think it's going to have to take a little bit more aggression coming in from Chaos here to make sure that Meow can't capitalize on that. That is an excellent start. This is a big adjustment, and now a double kill as well. SK stepping up to the plate when it matters most.
Chaos gets rid of his lane as well. Team kill by SK Gaming there at the start. Completely switches around the game we just watched previously. OP gets a takedown on the Garo as well. No, he's falling as well. SK Gaming, where have you been last round?
I mean, they're showing up here. 2 early kills really dictating how this game is going right now. Zeta Division are now in the spot where they're trying to climb out of their spawn. The bow mines tearing down a large chunk of this map as well. That can play into Zeta Division's favor at points too. Keep in mind, B a long-range brawler, Penny a mid-range brawler. Bo can't nearly keep up with kind of damage if Jiro's hitting his shots versus Bo hitting his. I mean, B's going to be able to just pummel the enemy here and really punish them. There's a great response from Zeta Division, though. Yes, they are down in gym count, but but in terms of map control, at least a little better from the spawn trap they were just facing.
With Gero taking over the left-hand side again, OP is gonna have a hard time though pushing in his lane again. Gero gets the takedown there. Hitting one last shot would be the takedown. Chaos on the right-hand side. A bit more struggling as well as the bushes are burned again as well as in mid. Yoshi has nowhere to hide before. What is happening? Meow gets the takedown onto Yoshi. Why was he walking up so far? Noe and Yoshi with the 2 gem terrors. Yoshi now down, Meow with the pickup there. 8 seconds left. SK Gaming needs the takedown here. Otherwise, it's going to be Zeta Division taking away this set and the matchup.
Sometimes it takes one big kill, and Zeta Division, when delivered an opportunity, are going to capitalize on it. You can't make mistakes like that. It's unfortunate that SK Gaming go down in that fashion, especially after such a banger of a matchup. But ultimately, Zeta Division come out on top. For now, they will continue to be the Titans of this region.
Wow, what a play there. In the end, the takedown onto Yoshi. Trev, I hope you saw that one.
See that one? Maybe a little bit of an overextension there, considering his teammates weren't in the best of positions, but at the end of the day, Zeta Division come out on top. To be honest, I'd argue that SK looked better throughout the rest of the 4 sets, but in that last one, it was definitely Zeta-sided.
Yeah, it was weird how it played out, right? I felt like SK had such a fighting chance there, and honestly, in game number 2, they were looking dominant. And then all of a sudden, sometimes it takes one kill, and unfortunately for SK, didn't fall their way this time.
I thought they had it, honestly. I thought that SK were going to do the unthinkable, and it wasn't enough at the end of the day. Sonny, you were the closest, though. You said 3-2 for SK.
He said 3-2 for Zeta.
Oh, I thought
he
he
was right.
3-1. Fair enough. Fair
But
enough.
I have to say, it was close until the very end. It was very close until the very end. I have to go with you on that one. I thought SK would surely take it, and then Yoshi just walks in, dropping the gems there. Kind of sad, but in the end, Zeta Division still prevails and take it once again.
Indeed, great stuff. I mean, you say it's beginner's luck, Trav, but ultimately, Kenny, I've got to ask, how's your spine feeling today? Is it tingling?
Real tingly, buddy.
Is it?
Real
You may
tingly.
have a new predictions master here, Trav, if you're not careful.
I mean, to be fair, I've only got literally 1 right out of the 3 game days, and it was just a bit of a long bomb, so,
What a way to start the day, honestly, though. Congratulations for Zeta. They remain on top, but we've got to gear up for our next matchup of the day. Foot Esports up against A&R. Our 0-2 and our 2-0 coming right up after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Well, we are one game down, 3 more bangers still to come. Up next will be Foot Esports versus ANR, our 0-2 and our 2-0. We've already got off to a flying start, Sonny. You know, it was a matchup that we kind of, for the most part, expected to see the 3-2 going the way of Zeta. How do we feel about this next matchup? Because, I mean, for Foot Esports, this is incredibly important that they get this one right.
As much as it looks like ANR should sweep them after last week, like you mentioned it before, ANR already is 2-0 up. Foot Esports didn't take a single point so far. I still hope we're going to keep with our story and not going to have a 3-0 here. Foot Esports, they are looking so strong throughout the season, but not in the recent Season 3 so far. ANR, 2-0 sweep. Great job by them. Yeah,
Foot Esports have had some very good results in the BSC. In the Snapdragon Pro Series, it has not been smooth sailing throughout the challenge season, and fair to say to them that they've had, you know, fierce opponents with Zeta Division and SK Gaming, Kenny. But today, it's not great news in that respect because ANR are still on that 2-0 as well. So, you know, give us your thoughts on this roster for Foot Esports, and can they bring it out of the woodwork today?
They certainly have the potential, right? This is a team that is strong. I think coming into this, a lot of people expect big things from them. And it's not easy for anybody starting with Zeta Division and SK. I mean, we just saw what those guys can do. I think Foot certainly have the capabilities, to say the least, but we got to start tacking up some wins here. I mean, starting 0-3 would be tough, but of course they're facing off against ANR, who's undefeated.
ANR, you know, for me, are a fierce competitor, Trav. You know, and they are looking better and better. They had a bit of a downtime in Split 2, but now they're looking really, really quite fierce as the draft now coming in for Pinball Dreams. And speak us through it. What do you see?
Well, bans. We're seeing throwers all banned out by Foot Esports, all the viable ones at least, pretty much. The Willow, the Dynamite, and the Barley all banned out by Foot. Whereas ANR gone the more conventional route. Well, I suppose throwers is kind of a conventional route as well on this map, but still, the Nita, the Crow, and the Shelly all banned out by ANR. Thought we're going to see them take that first pick of the Squeak.
Well, Squeak definitely a good pickup on any single map. He just got a recent buff for the star power at least, and since then he has making his way back into the meta. The best counters to him, of course, are anything that is aggressive. And ANR is looking into going Primo as their first pick, quite risky, but they did ban the Shelly, so it might not bite them later on.
Yeah, no Shelly, no Nita available, so maybe an aggressive start is warranted here, especially wanting to take those now rather than chance them later on. This might be their preferable start, and of course Squeak, somebody that, especially when talking to pro players in NA, they love this brawler right now. I mean, he is so strong since the balance changed to his super. I'm loving what Squeak's putting down, and I think as a first overall brawler, he's a pretty safe selection in general, obviously an aggressive on the other side, and as a result, well, Foot are going to respond with a little aggression of their own. Sam's somebody that has certainly come out of the woodwork more recently.
I mean, Trav likes the Tara pick. I can already see it from the look in his face. And, you know, Kenny and Trav, you are going to take this first game. So take it away, guys, over to the casting desk and tell us all about that, Trav, the Tara pick. You know?
Well, I must say, I do love a Tara. you know me too well nowadays, Art. You know me too well. But the Tara, I think it's a solid pick. You know, into some tanks, you're going to be able to get a good amount of supers, and I don't really think they're going to have too much of an issue. We're going to see that M's coming in as well. Obviously going to be spraying a lot of these shots down. So I don't think that's too bad either in regards to the Sam. Obviously, being brought in to kind of try and counter the aggressiveness of that Primo and try to do something similar on the other side as well, being the tank that he is. But I still think the Squeak's probably going to struggle the most out of anybody here.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like Squeak's in such a strong position in the meta, but when I see El Primo on the other side, I'm a little nervous for our boy Squeak. I think Squeak's somebody in the mid-range that does really well, but when we pair that with somebody like Sam and Tara, you know, strong composition, but now some area control with the Max coming in. M's going to do well in general to the Tara spawners as well. So I think there's some matchups going both ways here, but I think kind of the latter picks there for the side of ANR actually end up working pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a max speed and a super going on, I mean, you're going to be looking pretty good. But here come Foot instantly, and maybe I'm going to be eating my own words there, because they score a goal within the first 15 seconds of the game, starting things off flawlessly.
Yeah, great start here, and that's just the power that Sam can bring. Left-hand side going to be a fight as well. Tara going to have a favorable matchup on that one there. Squeak Gadget in the mid, so they can just walk it forward. Now Lenon getting aggressive. Kick over the right-hand side. Mebius not enough here. It's going to be Lenon with the goal, and an early game number 1 win coming in from Foot Esports.
Blink, can you miss it? Foot Esports coming out the gate strong, and that really was an absolutely incredible game. As soon as we come into it, Lenane's already in the goal scoring, and then he does more of the same yet again, throwing out his knuckle busters time and time again. A little pass to the right side there by Drage. Good calculated pass, as I'm not sure if they're going to be ready to be able to do much about that. But now into the second game, and this is already a chance for Foot Esports to close this one out, and then just cycling some of these knuckle busters again. Semantic trying to work for his super, and we know how influential that can be, but instantly Rama's going to be falling down, and this is an opportunity once again for Foot.
Kick over. No Foot Brawlers in sight, though, so for now, El Primo gonna have to decide what to do with this one. Rather than pocket it top left-hand side, he's gonna throw it to the other end, making it tough for Drage to kind of grab. He, I think, is looking maybe for an opportunity of his own. This is what we needed to see. Now some speed going down, more area control opportunities. Somebody that can keep her distance and do quite well. Now a little desperation play here, too. Ball still on this left-hand side, Nob low HP, but a big super coming in from Semantic. That's exactly why we love to see the Tara.
Cycle as well, and Mebius has gone back towards Drage, phase shifting through that. Is there an opportunity for Semantic? He's got his super, wants to play it slow, wants to keep it calm and collected, play for this super, and try and get more done of what he just did. Obviously, if Nob jumps on him now as well, he's going to have that counterplay, and Lenane's still down this right-hand side, just throwing these supers out time and time again, bringing them back, and just making sure his agility's good. Swapping now, Semantic just wanted to stay on Nob here, the jump's there. Semantic should be able to get the pull off him, and he does just that, and that's going to be a waste of a super for Nob. Semantic shouldn't be too far off another one either.
Yeah, Semantic gonna be able to cycle a lot of shots there. Now a charge forward from Lenon. Drage throwing down the super. No tags, but a pushback available. Ims hiding behind this 5-pronged wall right here, trying to play defensive, activating that super, pushing the enemy away. As now it's gonna be a response here from EUR. The speed going down as well, but a mispass there. Mebius looking for shots on Atara, still dribbling left-hand side. Lenon trying to get the stop, and now Drage coming into action as well. There are multiple goalkeepers available.
Yeah, it's a good job Lenane had that gadget in hand still, and he still does. Rama's going to go for the knockback friend zone away, but maybe it's going to go for another dash. Fake shifter through, but not going to get it. Nob's got the ball, though. Gadget's still there for Lenane as well, just holding on to it. Semantic's going to get the pull off, but he's going to die. Can't get the clear, and EUR are going to take this one, score it, and move 1-0 ahead in game number 2 of Brawl Ball.
Whew, this has been a heavy hitting set so far. And off the rip too, I think it's gonna be hard for this red roster if there are no supers available, because Drage can just throw down a gadget, immediate area control. But now they've got some options. They've charged up that maxi. They have an M super available, so Foot not gonna be able to get off to as hot of a start as we saw in game number 1 here. Lenon, though, still charging forward, going to be shot down immediately. Nob, dribble left-hand side, pass forward as well, a dive in, a trade from supers as well. And now Drage with possession of the ball. They've got 10 seconds to go, a kick over to the left, and they're gonna need to try and find this. Immediately grabbed by Mebius, though. Top right-hand side is where that ball is going to be placed for the remainder of this game. In game number 2, not nearly as quick, and EUR looking much better.
Yeah, and really, they found some answers to the aggression that Foot Esports were putting out after that first game. We saw 2 very, very quick goals by Foot, and in this one, EUR played a little bit more passive, I feel, off that start. Obviously, didn't over-aggress as much as they did in the previous one, leave those openings available, and then took advantage of that late game when those gadgets were wasted by Drage. They were burned down when Semantic didn't have supers, but here goes Rama, very aggressive early on. A little bit of a trade, though, there. Drage going to throw out a gadget, get some shots off, and a good clear of the ball there as well to prevent Nob from scoring.
This is huge for EUR, because again, off the rip, starting a game with no supers, we have gadgets available, so getting that big pickup there, not letting push up the map. Of course, Lenon automatically has that super, so they have a little more off the game and off the start in their pockets, but Rama with the big stop here. Speed now available for Max, gonna be looking to use that monster energy. Drage, the only one left to defend, a dive in from Nob, a pass forward, a perfect assist. Nob punches it through, 1-0 lead for EUR.
As good as the goal that was for EUR, I can't help but not bring up that Semantic super. He missed, didn't even get M's down, never mind needing it for the defense against Primo. But now they're switching things to an aggressive stance. Residue's going to go down, slow down Nob a bit there as well. Semantic needs to get another one back if they want a chance of scoring from this position. Nob trying to make something happen, getting some shots through, but the super's there. 3v1 now. Rama might be able to do it. Super comes back from Lenane, passes the ball straight back to him. That should be a goal. Semantic a little low to be able to walk this one in, though, so he's going to shoot that ball instantly as soon as he gets it, even things out. And now 1 goal stands in between either of these teams in the first set.
I was actually a little nervous about that pass, to be honest with you, Trav. I didn't know if they would have enough time. I'm glad he shot it in. Works out. All is well and good. That's why they're the ones on the field, and I'm not. Dive in from Nob now. An attempt at a stop there. Not available, though. The non-low HP. Drage being trampled by El Primo. Low HP. Gets the ball through, though. And the final thing he does is put the ball in the net. 2-1 here. A&R resurging there in the final 2 games.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough for esports there, and Drage coming away with the star player on the Squeak. Regardless of how bad of a matchup we thought the Squeak had, regardless of how well all the A&R players played, Drage comes away with that star player, and I think that goes to show about how well he did play that specific brawler into a tough matchup. Foot had their moments like this one. It was very sketchy there. Will and Ain gave the ball to Rama and gave him a chance of clearing it. Semantic obviously able to even it out, but other than that, I mean, Nob was just on an absolute tear here as well, and Drage just couldn't get the damage from that super off in time. Rough for Foot Esports, but pretty good for A&R.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the gut-wrenching feeling that I'm sure Foot Esports felt as that final ball went through the net. Crazy stuff coming in. And what started so strong for Foot, more damage piling up their way, but it's something we talk about all the time, especially in Brawl Stars. There's a lot of game modes. Kills, important. Damage helps you out a ton, but it's ultimately who scores the most. And obviously, that went to the side of A&R. I was really impressed with them. It's really hard, especially for a pro team, to kind of ride the wave and just face a 2-0 and say, okay, like, ignore that. We can't think about that. Game number 1 was all Foot. A&R, though, all of them played roles really well in games 2 and 3. Very good decision-making, great teamwork. I mean, it's hard to complain or nitpick there in that latter half of the set.
Yeah, it definitely looked a lot better for A&R there, and these two teams are very, very evenly matched, regardless of their, scores in the leaderboard. 2-0 and 0-2. They're so close, and, Foot have faced both Zeta and SK. They've got the hardest matchups out of the way. This one is so influential for them because they're around about the same skill as A&R. If they start managing to claw these scorelines back and bring it back for that open final to get a position in it, they're going to need to start now. And they've started so rough. If they go 0-3, I'm kind of counting them out.
Yeah, I mean, if they fall to 0-3, not likely impossible, but they have to basically be perfect the rest of the way. And I think Foot, a team that we see the potential in, they have been great more recently. I love what they're doing on the field, but it's hard not to tilt a little bit, right? Especially when their start to the season is against 3 such strong opponents. All of the teams here did not make it here by mistake. But when you're facing the legs of Zeta Division and SK and now A&R, all of these teams were 2-0 going into the day, and 3 of them still at the top of the leaderboard right now. It's hard to face that. So getting a big win here today, getting that stop against a team that's so good in the standings too, that's really going to help their progression up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it is. Well, we got the draft coming in now. We're going to go on to Shooting Star. Bans from Foot Esports were the Gene, the Bonnie, and the Sprout. A&R got rid of the Bell, the Piper, and the Tick. Pretty conventional bans there, I will say. Gus came out as the first pick. Leon and RT to answer coming out of A&R there, and I like that. I like pretty much everything we've got on the board so far. I'd expect maybe Leon to be a little bit more of a later pick. I'm not sure about you, but I'd kind of maybe prefer him as that 3rd and final to counter out what Foot Esports have. And now they can kind of, I feel, scout him out just a little bit better.
Yeah, I think they can adjust, and I think that's a good point that you make. I am a little surprised to see Leon this early in the draft, but I'm not surprised to see him on this map. For a long time, we had kind of a lull in seeing the Leon, and honestly, Megs felt like the player rate's gone down quite a bit too, so this is shaping up to be a really interesting draft, and Lola getting in the mix too. I mean, there's no Bell, there's no Piper available. Some of these more long-range options throw out the window, but I'm really surprised that we don't see some of these more traditional ones maybe come up early in the draft. Somebody like Nani, for example, who's oftentimes picked here, has a super, which is really valuable, especially since you can sit back at the back of the map and just let the peep whirl. And instead, they're going for what feels like a really high DPS approach. And I get it, right? Meg has a lot of HP, maybe trying to pair that with the Gust bubble. But I will be honest, this isn't a draft that I probably necessarily would have predicted.
Now, surely they've got to go for the Nani last pick, but they're actually going to go for the car, which I still prefer over pretty much everything that Foot Esports have got, and they've managed to snag that at the last pick. So this is looking good for A&R, in my opinion. It's going to be a pretty mid-range battle, except from between the RT and Gus. They're going to be the only ones with that kind of long range. Rest of it's pretty mid-range, and I just like A&R's comp better. I'm not sure about you, but I feel like they might be taking this 2-0 up.
Yeah, this is definitely something unorthodox coming in from Foot. This isn't something I've seen necessarily pop off in scrims or anything like that. I think this is just one of those compositions that they're putting their faith in, maybe believing the brawlers, and maybe there's just some things that we don't quite know yet. For me, the Gus and the Meg pairing makes a lot of sense. I think Meg is somebody that can be really oppressive, especially when in great positioning here too. So I think, honestly, maintaining the pace here, it depends on, are they playing full defense? Are they trying to get fully aggressive? And off the rip, it looks like they're going to have to be that more aggressive team. game, Shooting Star, especially this map, is something that you'll see all the action kind of go down in bits and pieces, especially towards the end game. Early on, there's a little contention for the blue star, but when you have Carl on your team, well, you eliminate those early game fights. It's just A&R who are able to walk away from it. They're going to move back to their spawn. So as a result, it's going to be all about how Foot can respond and how early they can kind of claim some kills.
Yeah, Nob got scouted out there in his lollipop drop, but he does have this super as well, which is quite dangerous for Lenane, especially when he doesn't have that swing as well. But it's also dangerous for pretty much everybody on the side of Foot. Lollipop drop placed yet again to try and keep Nob under the radar for when he uses the super, but still getting scouted out really nicely there by Lenane, and Drake just making a little bit of a rotation over to this mid, trying to play up against the RT, who is the only other person with range on the map. So we'll see if that makes a difference for Foot, or if they're just going to be stuck in this stalemate even longer.
Tough spot to be in. Foot still looking to get some action down, though the bubble being given out now. Lenon trying to walk it forward. Gadget being activated to try and shield for that. Being popped out as well. Nice job by RT there. So Lenon just going to have the puny little pistol, no more heavy machine gun fire.
Well, we'll see if he's able to get back into this mech form, because it's going to be quite a long road to be able to get it. Going up against Mebius over this left-hand side, though. So Nob now switching over, coming in for the super as well. This could be dangerous for him, but does actually back off and not overextend. But Mebius doesn't get the memo, goes in and actually gets the kill as well. Really nice from him there. Semantic not able to get too much done. Drage healing up, and it's a 2v3, so they can't push without that third.
Yeah, and each side have really just been playing footsie with each other, and now finally we see A&R get on the action, pick up the first kill here. Limited time, and the countdown almost beginning as now Nob going to activate a little bit of surprise super. They're looking for more here. Going down this left-hand lane. They scout it out immediately, though. Nob going to be in trouble. It's a trade, though, and no kill available. Big dodge, a takedown on the Drage as well. Things falling short for Foot Esports, and they know it too. Lenon comes to a halt here to end our game number 1. It's A&R who finish so strong.
I mean, Nob's just better. He's just better. That's just how it is. I don't know how he gets out of that unscathed. Comes back with all of his HP with that super as well. And, you know, maybe a sweeping in there. Did give Lenane his mech back, but he couldn't do too much with it. Look at this from Nob here. How he survives this. The shields missed by Drage, the shots missed by Drage, but Nob is not missing the same shots that Foot are. He takes full advantage of that position, and that's going to move A&R one game away from being 2 sets up now.
He dealt with the Lola. He dealt with the Gus. He had 500 HP, and Lola had an ego too. I mean, insane plays from Nob in a big play. And it makes sense to me when we see moments like that. It's like, hey, I completely understand why now that A&R are 2-0 to kick off this season, and coming out here, out the gates, very strong. Set number 2, also looking like they're in control, and Blue Star in their favor as well. Things just going right now for A&R.
Yeah, well, with this Blue Star in hand, it means the exact same as last game. Foot Esports have got to stay in an aggressive position. And A&R, there's going to be a point where they can take advantage of it, like this one that Meb's going to do, but he actually gets the shield off and stays alive. But good tanks from Rama, and Mebius stays alive, not picks up the right, and A&R aren't doing anything wrong.
And now they have map control a little bit too. They're not back in their spawn anymore. They're not in defensive. They're kind of at a standstill here. Slowly going to back it away now. Lollipop drop for this right-hand side, but they have to do something about this. With a minute to go, 5 stars to come back from the in-game. Not impossible, but it means they're going to have to line this up just right. They're going to have to get one of these 3-star kills, and preferably they're going to go for this Carl now too, and I think that's where the team's eyes are focused right now. It's all left-hand side as Carl has to dive away here, a little over 2,000 HP, and this is the moment that Lenon was waiting for. Bubble being distributed. Semantic with the kill as well. Mebius low HP. Nob doing his best, trying to regain some health points here. A big takedown as well. Things looking scary now for Foot. 30 seconds to go, and Drage forced away.
I mean, A&R just had this skill of making bad situations look incredible, and they've done it yet again. 10-2 up now. Need pretty much an entire team wipe for Foot Esports to be able to come back from this one. And I question if that's even enough. Just about if they manage to get that Blue Star as well. Mebius has got 4 on this left-hand side. They're going to need to focus down on that. Lenane comes in, got the gadget off as well. Nice stuff from him. Mebius going to try and spin away, but he does get damaged very, very heavily. Rama's just going to come back in and tank that one out. They need to bring down Nob. They need to make something happen. Rama uses that super. Surely going to go down, but everybody else surviving. They can't get Mebius in time, and A&R takes set number 2.
They played a little bit of getaway, right? I mean, honestly, they just full body blocking, by the way, like you called out. You know, things could have gotten really scary if they pick up that kill. Instead, though, A&R doesn't hit the panic button. They just do their thing. I think disciplined Brawl Stars is what we're seeing here. Really good execution, never hitting the panic button, never making some crazy outlandish play. And I think they're doing a good job of setting themselves up so that they don't have to make these mistakes. They're kind of forcing a Foot to get aggressive there, to get desperate. They have to go for these in-game kills, and they have to make these plays perfect because A&R took such early leads in both of those games, and that's included with that Blue Star advantage you get with Carl.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, A&R made very few mistakes. But the ones they did make, they instantly had an answer for them. There was tanking, they were just able to get out of these really bad positions like Nob in that first game with the Leon. That was just absolutely incredible and could have flipped the game around on its head if they managed to bring him down, but they didn't manage it. And then the second one, they're low, Rama comes in and tanks. They've just got answers to everything that FUT Esports are throwing at them, and it really is beautiful to see from A&R. They're just playing it so well, and FUT Esports are going to need something special. They need 3 in a row now, and I just don't like the likelihood of it.
Yeah, I mean, reverse sweeps just aren't likely really for any pro teams. The competition is so strong right now, and FUT have the potential in them. It's something we've seen all along with these guys. They're all household Brawl names. It's a household Brawl Stars organization. So seeing somebody like A&R maybe surprises some people at home a little bit, especially when you see that 2-0 start. But again, this team is 2-0 to start off our season, possibly with a way to go 3-0 now. So A&R trying to make a name for themselves, trying to claim those valuable points, trying to get on to the next stage here. And FUT's somebody that desperately needs that too. Again, we can't talk about it enough, right? Storylines are big, but this is real life for these guys. This is, if I go down here, I'm 0-3. Going 0-4, they lose one more, they have to pretty much play this perfect or else it's darn near impossible for them to make a comeback in this season.
And let's not forget how desperately they need these BSC points as well. They're down in 5th in the EU region. It's not a good look for FUT Esports whatsoever if they don't manage to get forward to these challenge finals and get some points up on the board along with some of their BSC performances as well. But we're moving on to Kaboom Canyon, the 3rd set, and it could be the last as A&R are coming out the gate swinging today in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Bans are in though. The FUT Esports are going to get rid of the Bonnie, the Colette, and the Eve. A&R double down on the Eve, but go with the Crow and the Bee as well. And Shelly.
There she is. I mean, it wouldn't be Shelly Stars without Shelly, right? It is what it is. Shelly is so strong in the game. It's Kaboom Canyon. It's a wide open map for the most part. There's a little bit of bushes in the middle, but it's Heist. Why is Shelly being played? It's because she's so darn good at the game right now. I mean, it is what it is, right? Shelly's somebody that if it's not hitting the ban stage, pro players are going to take advantage of in just about any situation. It's one of those decisions you make when you go through the ban stage and you say, I don't see Shelly there. Do we just take it? Because if you don't take it, guess who's taking it on the 2-3 turn? It's your opponent. So I get it. Shelly is annoying to deal with. She's really strong. I don't think she needs too much of an intro at this point. I think, again, she's really good, and even for a game mode that doesn't always cater to her, they're willing to take that chance.
Yeah, she doesn't need an intro, but Kenny's willing to give you a 2-minute intro of the Shelly pick. So there you go, guys. You didn't need it, but you received it. We're back over to FUT. They've gone with a Meg again. I'm not sure how I feel about this because last game didn't work out at all, and now they're coming back with something very, very similar. 8-bit coming in this time, though. And I will say, you know, when you've got the 8-bit, all you need is one push. One push wonder, and you can make something happen. But Shelly is very good at keeping the control on this map. Clay Pigeon, you know, stuff coming down, Band-Aid as well, which is used over Shell Shock after that nerf. It can just keep control so well, and if you caught out of position slightly, she'll take advantage of it. Well,
I went on my Shelly tangent, and I like the 1-bit wonder. I think that was really good by you. So 8-bit, somebody that can do a ton of DPS as well. Mega, I'm with you. Kind of an interesting one, right? I don't know how to quite feel about it. Again, she's a pretty good brawler overall, but when you're playing to that Shelly, it is a little scary. I can't help but obviously think about the most recent, you know, set we saw too with her. So definitely something I'll hold my breath on and see what happens. But Brock, of course, just a much more normal pick here.
I mean, I'm not feeling good for FUT, I'll tell you that. I'm not feeling good for them at all.
Not feeling good?
I'm not feeling good for them.
Oh, no.
Brock is just a very, very good pick here. Damage on the safe, built-in incendiary. I mean, I'll say that now, but it came out like literally a year ago when it got moved over to being built-in. But really, really good. You know, they're going to bring in the max as well. Even if they bring something in to break down these bushes on the side of FUT, Shelly going to get max speed, and you're going to be in a very tough position off the back of that. The same with Brock. If he can get up, move about, get some jukes in, get some damage on the safe, you're not looking good.
Yeah, this is a really interesting composition that's kind of being formed here by A&R. I think they've got a lot of things that they can do. They've got the distance, they've got the aggression from Shelly, and they've got Max who kind of puts it all together and going to give them opportunities with that super. So I will be a little curious to see the response coming in, you know, with Crow off the table, with B off the table. That's a couple slowdown options we normally see. The response going to be Daryl here. And Daryl into Shelly, not my favorite matchup for Daryl. Daryl into Brock, if he's using the Rocket Laces, can jump away. Not always the easiest, but he does have the slowdown gadget as well. But this is a game mode where he's going to be trying to get that extra damage, so I assume he goes the other gadget. I don't know how to feel about this one. I like the roll, but again, I'm kind of struggling to see how it all fits together a little bit here. Obviously, the DPS, insane for FUT though, and sometimes you just got to focus on the game mode. Let's just pick a bunch of brawlers that can get there and just hit hard.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, with Daryl, with 8-bit, as I said, you know, with 8-bit earlier, it can be done in one push, and it's really worrying for A&R. But if they manage to keep control, and they should be able to, you know, Shelly moving about in this mid a bit, going to get hit very hard early on. Clay Pigeon comes in. Maybe it's get some shots off on Drage. This is a good position for early on. They just need to keep it now. And Rama's going to be breaking up the bush, even though Shelly's going to be needing it.
Yeah, I think map control, like you mentioned, something so crucial here, because Foot, they have the capabilities. If they get 1 to 2 brawlers on that high safe, 50, 60% can go down like it's nothing, especially with a Semantic Gadget or a Semantic Super. Drage, of course, is a shotgun brawler, can get the job done. Major takedown right-hand side as well. Shelly with the Super now charged up. Both sides fighting for control and an opportunity to hop onto each other safe. So far, only 5% damage done. Now an opportunity here for Rama on the right-hand side, but Semantic respawning in the nick of time here to put a stop to things. It's going to be A&R, though, with a little bit of map control, but I don't know if it's going to last long.
Yeah, we'll see. That's 2 Clay Pigeons gone as well, and there goes the third. Nob's going to use all of his gadgets early on, and they've not got a lot to show for it. Semantic, on the other hand, going to use that extra credits with the Super on the safe, get another 10% added on. But now, for the first time, we're seeing A&R with some control, and I don't like this for Foot. Nob's going to have to go back on that defense, though, and that's a great roll from Drage. Even if he doesn't get any damage from it, he's relieved all that pressure that A&R were putting forward.
Now it allows for Lenon to move up too, going for the swipe there. Not sure he quite connected with the marker there. And of course, Max, somebody that's solid, but not nearly as big of a damage dealer as somebody like Shelly if she gets on that high safe, or Brock if he can let it rain as well. Drage, though, being stopped here, forced to use a gadget just to try and get those little bits and pieces of extra health points. And it's not enough for a kill, so A&R holding strong here, 91 to 76. Again, both these sides with options to get damage quick. So a giveaway here in positioning could be crucial and could be detrimental here for either of our teams.
I mean, Linane and Drage can just walk up in a straight line. Maybe this is low now as well, but Nob just trying to defend this one out. 40 seconds on the clock. They are still a considerable amount behind in terms of Kaboom Canyon. But Brock going to miss that super pretty much entirely, except for a little bit of a hit on Semantic. Can Nob get the kill onto Drage? He can't, but a follow-up shot coming in. Nice dash there from Mebius to stay alive, but can't get much more done. In comes Rama, though, up top, gets one down, but Drage is going to be healing. They need something, and they need something now. Is Foot Esports to be taking this first game.
Countdown near, and the Monster Energy being distributed here. Roll off the wall from Drage, a dive forward. It's going to be a trade. Ultimately, the swipe goes through, and Lenon claims Nob. 10 seconds left, and they know the damage is too much, and the positioning not there for them. Foot Esports on the scoreboard here, and they need it now more than ever. They're going to need to take one more game if they want to drag us to a fourth.
I mean, they played that very, very well. They were just opening up space with the massive amounts of HP that they got. And, you know, I'll admit, the comms performing a lot better than I thought it was going to do, but Semantic was the damage dealer, and we only really saw 2 glimpses of damage come out of him. It did quite a lot, though. A little bit from Linane there as well, but, you know, if A&R just play this one a little bit differently, it can play out very, very different from the previous game we just saw, and I feel like they can still bring this one back.
Yeah, when analyzing that Foot draft, you know, it's not a normal synergy that we see, and another gadget there from Drage here really early doesn't quite get the kill either. Semantic will follow through out, and the extra credits going down as well, over 10% being dealt immediately for Foot. They just kind of have to keep their foot on the gas pedal. They can't let down. There is Drage, Semantic, and Lenon, all of them with brawlers that can do a ton of damage all at once. So I think if they just kind of cycle brawlers in and out like we saw and pick their spots really wisely and take advantage of every opportunity that they get, I think they can get the damage done a lot quicker than the A&R roster can.
Yeah, opening air for Linane as well, but we should see some Brock damage coming on safe unless they're focusing quite hard on Drage, who's actually rolling down on him, but the amount of damage they just got singularly off that super. Semantic's on defense as well, and that's not where he wants to be. He wants to be up top getting some damage, but it looks like it's going to be Linane and Drage doing it for themselves. Good kill by Rama, though, and should start to see them pushing back up. Linane's going to be knocked out of that. His jump with his mech coming out of that just jumped him over a Brock shot as well, but now Semantic and Drage going to be returning up the map. Nob with a kill, Rama surviving on a slither of HP, and that's pretty good for A&R, but they are down a little bit.
I think that was honestly a good trade coming out of Foot there. They're wise in the sense that they would rather have 8-Pit on the other side, but I think doing just enough to where Max can't really make a big push, and Max somebody that's not going to do nearly the amount of damage as Brock or Shelly. So seeing Brock and Shelly on defense there, I think allowed them to kind of take this small percentage lead that we have now. Full speed going in for Max there, trying to power up the teammates. Low HP, gonna have to fall back for now. So that aggressive push gonna be put to a halt here as Foot Esports claims the mid territory.
Yeah, Linane comes out of mech though, and that's going to be an issue. Nob's going to get one, trying to go back to Drage as well, but both of them are so low. Rama's going to pinch in, does get the kill, but now Semantic starts to push up. Gadget being placed, Super being placed on that right left-hand side, and he does actually get some damage onto Rama, but Super doesn't stay up, and that could be a bit of an issue. Still 35 seconds left. Foot Esports in control at the moment.
12%. It's a little bit, but it's not a lot here, and Foot trying to pile on some damage with the last 30 seconds. A roll coming forward from Drage. He's committing here somewhat. If either of these brawlers don't go down, it's going to be troubling, as now there's only 2 left for our red roster. Damage piling up now for Lenon, and they're extending this lead. Other side, though, off camera, looking for an opportunity here. Nob now climbing up the map. 3 red brawlers on the screen, 20-some-odd%. A breakaway here in the mid as Drage looks to defend. Lenon stepping forward. Damage piling up across the leaderboards, though. It's going to be a close call, but a stop there in the final moment. 5 percentage points. The difference maker there. Foot Esports survived for another one and showcased the potential that we've seen in them all along.
I mean, it looked very, very good for them. You know, they kept control. They had some good respawn cycling going. Drage would roll up. We'd see Lenane walk forward. They'd just recycle the amount of HP they had, just walk up consistently over and over and over again. And even in some of those Shelly versus Daryl matchups, it went the way of Foot Esports. They just played it very, very well. Now they've just got to keep that up. Well, I say just, but they've just got to keep it up for another 2 sets to be able to take this one. But 2-1 sounds a lot better than 2-0, I'll tell you that.
I agree. I mean, 3-0 is something we really haven't seen in EMEA, and I think this is a team that I'm glad didn't go down in that fashion. They're better than that, and we know they are. They are an 0-2 start. They've played some very powerful opponents, though, and all things considered, they've played some pretty strong matches against them, too. So the standings, not going their way right now, but that set looked really good from them. And again, from a draft perspective, it's something on paper that I couldn't quite wrap my head around, but seeing all of it unfold there, I think it was just a team that had so much DPS, so many opportunities to kind of take down that heist safe. So they really capitalized on every opportunity they had. It didn't matter what brawler got there. As long as one of them got there, they were really going to deal some damage.
Yeah, they just had an idea and they ran with it. You quite literally as well. We're just running in a straight line. And, you know, if the strategy works, and it does for Foot Esports. We know they've got some aggressive players, Semantic, Lenane, Drage. They're all very, very aggressive. And this is the kind of play style they like to go for. We saw it in the first set. It worked in the first game, but after that, A&R kind of clawed it back. But in this one, A&R couldn't get a grip of what they were going for.
It's a W key kind of meta too, right? I mean, we're in a world where Shelly is the first overall selection. I mean, nobody's hiding anything here. And I think when you can play comfortable brawlers that work with the game mode, and it kind of fits with the meta, pretty hard to stop that, especially when it's somebody as strong of a team as Foot Esports. They're going to be able to pilot that quite well. So I think that was a really good showcase from them that, hey, sometimes you don't need to counterpick your enemy and make these perfect choices. Sometimes you roll with your strategy, you play the game mode right, and you just do the thing. And, well, the thing worked.
It worked very, very well, I will say that as well, but we still do see A&R up 2-1. Foot Esports have got a long, long way to go if they want to bring this one back, whereas A&R can just close it out in this next one if they get a good draft yet again. And I feel like that last draft they had was good. They just couldn't really get a grasp of what Foot Esports were going for, so they need to kind of keep on going with what they're going for and just run in a straight line, because it seems like that's what A&R can't seem to deal with. And, you know, with a Shelly, you should be able to deal with them walking in a straight line, but they just could not manage it. But for esports, you know, they're a very solid team, as you mentioned. They're not a team who deserves to go down as a 3-0. They're willing to fight for their position here. And if they manage to bring this one all the way, they're going to be 1-2 overall. And that's not good, but it's definitely better than 0-3.
Yeah, not a winning record, but certainly doesn't kind of rule them out as having low likelihood. Again, going 0-3, maybe you can do it at 4-3, right? You have to play perfectly the rest of the way, though. So to alleviate some of that pressure, a win here would be huge. And again, for the overall standings, I mean, A&R have started off hot. 2-0 so far for the season. If they go 3-0, they're looking like a serious contender to try and take one of those spots as well. So I think this is big not only for Foot, but I think the rest of the leaderboard also going to be looking at this one here to kind of get a feel for how things are shaking up. And again, it's been a tough start for Foot. I mean, every team, like we say, is so strong in these standings. But when you're going against Zeta and SK, who are 2 teams that have been insane, it's tough to go against. So starting off here on Crystal Arcade, bans come through, and of course a Trav special up as our first overall pick.
You know, I love Tara, but I'm not sure if I love seeing Foot play it after what I saw in that first set. Quite a lot of missed supers, quite a lot of missed opportunities I feel with that one, and I just don't know if it's a speciality they kind of bring to the table. It's a very good pick, don't get me wrong. You know, support from beyond can be so helpful down these lanes, scouting out, getting the shots off, and therefore getting your super off it as well. But I don't know how confident I feel in the hands of Foot Esports. Ems, on the other hand, though, I really like for A&R. It's something they used in that first set, and it's something that worked very well for them.
Yeah, Tara, a first overall pick that I think allows them to counter out any tanks later down the line, and maybe some of these more popular brawlers here that are kind of played on the lanes. You know, ones like Spike's Life Plant or Stu, who's showing up a lot here more recently. Makes a lot of sense. So I see Stu on the other side. Also, I hate facing Stu Mantic, so makes sense to me that we take that off. But I think this lane matchup that they're probably going to want is Ims going into this Tara. The Puff sprays out from Ims. It deals with those Tara pets really well. So for me, that may have been part of it too. But Ims, again, just one of those safety picks, right? It's a comfort brawler for just about everybody. It's pretty straightforward in how you play the brawler, what its job is. And I think overall, since it matches into Tara well, see why it comes out here pretty early.
Yeah, you really can't blame them for it. We've seen a Max come back in for Foot Esports. I like that pairing with the Tara. You know, if you pop a speed, get the Tara super off, you're going to be able to turn the game around in seconds. So I don't mind that at all. I think it's a very, very solid pick from Foot Esports, and they've got some capable Max players as well. Pretty much all of them can play Max to some decent success. And, you know, also, you don't really want Max falling in the hands when you've got an Ems on the other side either. You know, Ems super, same with Max. When you get that aggression, it can really punish the people who are against. But we'll see Foot's final pick coming in shortly. See what they round out this comp with. Quite a lot of things banned out, I will say. We've seen a 6-banned game, so there's not a lot left, but they're going to go with the Spike. You know, it's another one of those just comfort brawls. Anybody can be good at it. It does decent against pretty much everything.
Yeah, safety net, and also I actually really like Spike's matchups in this situation. Spike going into Ims, the extra range, if they elect to go for the curveball, makes things a little more difficult for Ims to kind of close in on that gap. And then for Stu, too, as a single-shot brawler for the most part, it's not as easy to go into something like that life plant. We've seen Spike be kind of a counter-pick option going into Stu historically for Brawl Stars, so I think a really well-rounded comp coming in from Foot. This isn't one of those more drafts that I don't understand on paper, like I said last time. The last one worked out, too. This one's one that I think is pretty common layout, right? We got the Max in the mid, we've got Tara, Spike, lane, you know, long time synergy between Tara and Max too. So I actually really like what Foot are putting down here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I like both of these comps. Mr. P coming in as the last pick from A&R, and I kind of can get a bit more of a grasp of what both of these teams are trying to go for in comparison to the last game where we were kind of a bit starstruck at both of the comps. So we'll say, you know, not the best synergy between all those brawlers, but this time, I think both of these comps are very, very valid. Mr. P obviously going to be able to spawn a lot of things that, you know, single-shot brawlers aren't going to be able to do with the Spike. It'll be able to tank one of those shots, allow them to move up. Gadget as well, obviously be able to power those up and tank a couple of shots, take the ammo off them, and constantly having these porters coming towards you can be a definite issue through that mid, but we'll see if they're able to come through with it. We're going to see Nob down that lane, Stu through the mid, and so far Drage starting strong.
2-0 lead here as now Rama looks to retaliate. Left-hand side victory for Drage as he falls away from the mid. Semantic not electing to go for the curveball here, so some extra heals going to be in his pocket. Drage with the return, and Lenon has one of those supers that we talk about a lot. Brawlers like Jean, brawlers like Tara, game-changing supers, especially for a mode where sometimes you just need to get one kill on a very particular brawler. Right now, that brawler is Rama, and a big pickup on the other side, though. Drage was the man of the hour with all the gems, and Nob able to scoop every one of them up. A&R robbing him blind. It's going to be 7-0, and now a commanding lead for A&R.
Down goes Semantic just as Drage was about to pop the speed, trying to pinch him with Nob now. And we do actually have a Tara super coming through, so if we're able to get another speed, then it's something. Down goes Rama on the top side, but Nob can retrieve all of those gems, but he should be able to slot into this lane. If he goes to lane, might be able to pinch in and get a pull. I'd have thought he'd have gone there pretty early on, but choosing to go pick up that last gem instead so that A&R can't start this countdown. Meb's very low as well, but Rama's coming so aggressive. Nice phase shift from Drage. Can he get the trade out? Rama's going to survive that one. Get a gem back in spawn, but Semantic, there's one right on the floor next to him as well, and they can't really do all about it. Lenane, hello. I'm not sure what that Tara pull was, but seems like a bit of a waste to me.
Yeah, I think maybe assuming that there was a brawler in there, I don't think he was trying to tear down all those walls. Could be a possibility, but the connection just not working out at all, and Rama trying to capitalize on it as well. Spike with the pinch there on the left-hand side. Drage getting a little risky with it, has 3 gems, but they can't really give up positioning, and now an opportunity suddenly emerging for Foot Esports, despite kind of what looked to be a misplay, at least from Lenon, is working out at least a little bit better, but at the end of the day, a countdown's a countdown.
Yeah, I think my skepticism about this Foot Tara coming in was pretty well warranted now. We'll see if they're able to bring this one back. Maybe it's picked up an 11th there as well, and ain't trying to work for another super and make something happen with it this time. Dodging out a few shots, and they're all there. They can get this countdown reset, but no kills come through, and A&R are heading to match point. Foot Esport with mistakes galore, dropping so many gems early on. You know, dropping a super and not getting anything from it. A&R deserve that game.
Yeah, there were a few moments there. I mean, that super from Lenon, one of them. We saw an early kill on Drage, and then an unfortunate interaction there, kind of more towards the mid-game as Foot were finally starting to make a little bit of a push forward there. Drage kind of popping a super in that Stu battle, and a gadget as well, and it doesn't come out on top. So ultimately, these little things that add up very quickly, especially at a professional level, they are amplified. And again, we're going to see a start here where Foot first to the mid, claim a bunch of gems, but both brawlers left and right-hand lanes going down. Drage extending now for an extra, uses the phase shift to get away. Gonna lose positioning, but at least they have this lead.
Yeah, with these piercing shots of Tara, they might be able to get this turret down quite quickly. Drage falls very low, but Lenane claims his side. You know, Mr. B's got to yield in that kind of position. But Lenane gets hit so hard by Rama pinching in, who's playing so well. Drage forced to use a phase shift. Down goes Rama for over-aggressing. Overconfidence coming out of him there and punished for it. Drage now slotting him for the 6th and 7th gems. And he's played that really well, just waiting for the opportunity to strike. And he just strike perfectly.
Last game was an opportunity where A&R could capitalize. That was a big moment for Foot where they capitalized on a situation from A&R. Well played there, but A&R responding with great stride. It's going to be them with mid control. Stu in the mid, something more frequently we're seeing in Brawl Stars. I think a lot of people, and even myself, probably would have expected the Mr. P to do that, but sometimes it's about the brawlers you lane up against. And also Stu, especially with that speed zone, is a real threat and option. So he's going to be scooping up every one of these gems that he gets right now. Now looking to hit the gas pedal a little bit too, but non-charging up a super, distributing it left-hand side. Knob gets connected, but might be able to escape this. Tara inbound as well. A super being dropped and all is well and good. So this is actually A&R looking to make things a tie.
Yeah, but a good kill from Lenane over the left-hand side. Had to use that support from beyond to be able to get it done, and now Semantic connecting some shots as well, but maybe it's slotting down this left-hand side, right-hand side. Can't get the damage done, but he does actually get traded out by the Super Drage. He's not very healthy. Has to wait for this gem to come down on his side as Rama's going to collect the 7th over there. But even if he gets it, he's going to have to kind of wait it out. Rama's going to get the 8th though, and that is going to put them only 1 gem off, evening things out against Foot Esports, and now down goes Lenane over that left-hand side. An established turret from Nob is not looking good for Foot Esports.
9-9, every gym counting here. Semantic low HP, trying to use the super to keep himself up. It'll keep him off the gym a little longer. Drage actually going for it all here. Going to fall as a result, though. Countdown going the other way. Mebius surviving as well, and now walking away from things too. 12 seconds to go. Gyms from the mid, not an option. Speed coming in from Foot, responding with their game life here. 5 seconds to go, looking for a kill as well. Both sides being hidden. Tara with the pull as well. Ems with 2 gyms. It's not enough. It's Stu that they need, and they don't get it. Barely holding on. It's A&R surviving another one. The undefeated streak continues.
And the defeated streak continues for Foot Esports on the other side. A&R win it all, making it 3-0. Beautiful from them, but you've got to feel for Foot in those closing seconds there. I think the kill on Mebius maybe would have reset the counter, as I think he got away with a couple of those gems, and if Foot Esports managed to pick up a couple more, then they would have been able to make it work. But Drage over-aggressing from that gem from mid and getting caught out of position by Mebius, slotting in on that right side. The pull came through. He had a couple of gems in hand. It actually wouldn't have reset it anyway, but Ram was very low in that pocket as well, so they could have definitely got that one. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, really, from A&R, but you've got to feel for Foot Esports, right, Sonny?
I do feel for them very hard. A&R and Zeta Division are the only 2 now with already on 3 points each. The stats, look at those. Foot Esports losing 22 gems. Otherwise, it looks so similar. It really hurts to see that Foot Esports didn't turn it around there in the end.
Devastating stuff for Foot Esports, isn't it, really? From bad to worse almost. And it was a very close finish, photo finish, you could say, in that final instance there. But they're going to have to now not miss a trick. And that's not an easy thing to do, Kenny, in the Snapdragon Pro Series, is it?
Yeah, I mean, in their defense, their schedule's been lining up really tough in the opener, right? I mean, this is not an easy spot to be in, but going 0-3, like we said, 4-3, certainly possible. But if they go 3-4, again, one more mistake in any match that they play, and it's a different story here, and one that I don't think Foot would like.
Trav, before we go to the break as well, I've got to ask you, we didn't really talk predictions going into the matchup. Is that what you were expecting to see? You know, be honest. No, don't just pretend that your spine was tingling.
No, I don't want to hear you say be honest, because we did have a conversation beforehand.
We did. I was trying to catch you out.
We said 3-1, 3-2, so we were pretty bang on. But to be honest, I thought Foot Esports would have had a bit of more of a say than that. They had some mistakes, and I do want to hear your thought on that Tara super. You know, one of you two, because what was it?
I was going to say, I'm wondering whether Lennon has been taking some tips from you, in fact.
Can't win. Can't win, can I? Can't win.
Well, that is 2 games down for today. 1 more left to come, and another one following that after the break. Mr. Dosar and Navi will go head-to-head in our next matchup. Do not go anywhere. Back after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are past the halfway mark of day 3 with 2 more matches still to come. Up next, Mr. Dosar take on Navi. And I can almost hear the Navi Nation entering the chat as we speak. You know, Kenny, how it's going to go, right? Whenever Navi play, like, the checkout's wild.
I can hear the keyboards clicking from here, Ark. I mean, they have such strong support and warranted as well. They're a fantastic team. It's been an awesome group to watch. They're in a kind of a spot right now where they're in the middle of the pack. It's still super early on, though. They can find their footing a little bit. I think this is a team with a real opportunity to win here today.
The great roster as well. Sonny, for anyone at home that's not too familiar with the Navi roster, I don't know where you've been, but nonetheless, talk us through it.
You better be. MMA Cube and Angel Boy looking very fierce, not only in this season, also in previous ones. They have been names for 3 years already, and also in this ESL season so far, we talked about it. They can get a bit more points in the previous and in the upcoming matches, but they are still in the middle of the pack, so everything fine. They did qualify, however, in the split 1 upper bracket, so right from the get-go, it seemed like they're one of the best teams we have in the mix-up right here.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Navi, they're a fierce force, and you know their aggression that comes through is really unparalleled by any team in EMEA at the moment. It is dangerous, and it just seems like a lot of teams don't understand that it's going to happen. Or they do, and they can't help but lose to it anyway. That's the kind of issue a lot of teams face with Navi, and look at that play from Angel Boy there when he swooped in, got the gem carrier when Luki was going to be jumping on him, didn't let him cycle, and got the kills, and got out. It really is just special, and if you let this man on buzz, you probably lose it.
On any tank, really.
Yeah, I think for me, Angel Boy, one of the most exhilarating players to watch across the world. Anytime, like you said, he's on one of those tankier brawler choices, he just seemingly knows how to play them. The Ashe, the Buzz, any of those big moment brawlers, the X factors as I like to call them. He's just thriving with them, and I love seeing him. I think it's a big part of why they've been so good this year and why I think they'll continue to be good.
Yeah, I want to see more teams strategically banning for Navi rather than the meta, because far too frequently we see Angel Boy going on an absolute tear, and a lot of the reason is because teams are leaving it open. You can't do that against Navi. They are not necessarily a team which just gravitates towards those meta options. They tend to play their opposition at their own game. So for Mr. Dosa, who are coming in as the underdog, I think there's no better way of putting it here, they've got to get a win on the board. This is not going to be an easy one for them, I feel, Sunny. I think that Mr. Dosa are going to have to bring out every trick in the book to get this win here.
I was waiting for this matchup to happen simply because we have talked about Angel Boy. He's liking to play those flashy brawlers, so is Emric, always on those tanks, looking so strong on the side of Dorian and Salty. He has been competing for the last few weeks and did qualify for this SPS Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3. In the end, so far, they didn't pick up any points, but they did have some sets that they took on, so I feel like they might be the runners-ups. They are still the underdogs, but they can make it really far.
Sets mean nothing. Wins on the board? That's a different story. And at the moment, they've got none. So I'm not liking the chances today, really, against Navi. They're an incredible team. They're a good roster. They've made some appearances in quite a lot of big competitions this year. But do I think they can take down Navi and, match them at their own game with some of the aggression that, Sunny's just said, Emric picking up these flashy brawlers and making the plays? Probably not.
The highlight reel for these guys is not bad. I really think that they're a pretty solid team. I think there's somebody that, obviously being a free agent roster, going against the powerhouse that is Navi, maybe they don't get the recognition that they fully deserve, but I'm with you all. I think Navi should be the favorites in this spot. I think they've proven enough to people, and I think they've been at least consistent enough more recently to where I feel like they should be the top card in this matchup.
They've definitely found their place, haven't they? They tend to have a slow burner start to the year, and then they kind of get into full Navi force, and that's kind of where I feel we're currently at with them. And having just recently qualified as well for the BSC Monthly Finals yet again, I feel like they're in a very, very good spot with that in mind. And Mr. Dosa, we couldn't really say the same for them in that respect. They struggled a bit more this month and are looking a little bit more weaker, but I'm kind of rooting for them for that reason a little bit. However, I think that Navi are the likely candidates to take the win. Trav, predictions?
I thought first 3-0 of the season. I'm going Navi.
Your first move of the season? Sonny, cover your ears.
I was so happy just now that we still don't have a 3-0. It's not going to happen this time. I'm going to, again, go out on a limb. They did get beaten 3-1 against both Team Keza and EUR. They're going to take Navi in a 2-3. So Navi will win this one, but they will take 2 sets.
I'm kind of in between. I'm going to go 3-1 Navi here. I'll get a little different, but also this feels like one where Navi, I think, are slight favorites in this sense. I think they've built up enough momentum. They're a strong enough team to where they're going to get the win here. Not in an absolute sweep like Trav's saying. It's EMEA. We haven't seen it yet, but 3-1's good.
I said I wasn't going to get involved in predictions, but I think I'm going to say that I'm with Trevor on a 3-0 here. Just putting it out there.
I'm welcoming you into predictions if you're going to agree with me. That's what I like to see.
Guys, we have the bands already. Trev and me have to get over there, but what I do see here, I already like.
Oh, I'm dangling again.
How do you let Navi pick Colette and 8-bit?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to play out for them, but we'll see in just a second when we get over it. Rest of the draft, the Penny, the B, and Grom
always dangling?
as well. I don't know. It's a force of habit. This, clearly some way clearly in the way I'm sitting or something, but
weird.
Yeah, and I'll fix it. Talk over the draft. I'll fix it.
They also have the Grom. Navi's comp already looks so strong simply because of the damage output they have. And at the moment in Heist, you don't really want to go for control, although it's safe zone. You want to go for damage. At the same time, Mr. Dosa there on the other side trying to go up with that a very aggressive boss pick right as the start together with the B and the Penny. They do have some damage, but I really just like the Colette.
Yeah, I mean, you can't dislike Colette, really, on this map. Even if she's got terrible matchups, which she doesn't, because she's going to be against a Buzz quite a lot of the time, if you get a super on the safe, you're pretty good anyway. You're just pretty much the damage dealer if you can't take any of these one-on-one matchups, and I think, she's going to be able to do just that. If she can get the matchup right, stay on the Buzz, get some supers off on the safe, I think Navi are in a pretty strong spot here.
They are. I have to side with their comp, and let's see, Mr. Dosa might still be able to turn things around if they only get some control over MMA. And we do see a switch here. Mr. Dosa coming in with Shiaku as a new player here. He was playing for One Trick Ponies. We did see them in the Open Cups and also the Open Finals. They didn't make it in the end, but lovely to see that he now found a new home.
Yeah, we'll see if he makes this team any better, though. See if they can get a win on the board. Emmeric's going to go in, get the stun on MA as well. Beautiful play from him. Another super available too. Not going to use it just yet, though. And we also see the fall on the left-hand side as Mr. Dosa now established full control and gets, you know, a seriously decent amount of damage. 23% done early on off one push. You can't complain.
Great pressure there from Mr. Dosa. In the end, they do get the better of that situation. Salty is falling without placing his turret, but they still have some control left. Emric on safe again. And with that, they already have a 30% lead, right?
Yeah, Gotcha Gadget was popped there as well by Cube. Does get one heal off before he goes down. Shots coming in from MMA, damage gear activated. Does sweep up that turret quite nicely. And now with this turret, it's going to be so much down. But in comes the super from Emric. It's not going to be a stun, though. Gets a shot towards MMA, does get the kill. And now a stun onto Cube as well. But he gets the shot in, gets the super on safe. And there's only 13% left. Where did the safe go?
It's just melting. Mr. Dosa doing such a fantastic job. Emric almost cleaning up the whole team. Shiaku has to help him there a little bit in the end. But with that, again, they just have mid control like that. Salty with another turret here, trying to get some damage onto safe, of course, but hitting the players also helps. Angel Boy so low, has to fall back here. Doesn't look like Navi can recover from this, really.
Yeah, the gadget went off, but only one of them actually connected, I believe, there from the Grom. But Cube looking for super, does actually get slowed down now by the, but he gets the super, but doesn't get it off. Mr. Dosa is still alive. Damage coming in from the Penny turret as well, but Grom cleaning that up quite quickly. They've slid into a bit more of a defensive position rather than trying to force something that's not there.
MMA desperately trying to get some control back. Angel Boy tried to get his super. It's only 9% that Mr. Dosa still needs to get here to get the win over this very first game. 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to push up now, otherwise Navi is not looking too good in that first game.
Yeah, Cube's going to go in for the super there as well, but on his return, there's going to be a shot waiting for him from the Penny shot, and now Angel Boy's going to clean up the defense as well. Buzz doesn't even get a kill when he gets in and gets stuns. Salty going to go down as well, and this is game over for Mr. Dosa. Now they need another 50% to be able to get the job done, and it's just not going to happen. Buzz coming up, but Cube looking for his super now gets it, and the game's going to be done before they can even try and mount an offense. Navi going to take the first game, and it was just that one push.
It was, but it was enough. Mr. Dosa takes this one. There wasn't enough left on Navi's save for them to be the winner of this first game. And in the end, they did play it well, but Mr. Dosa with the pressure every single time Emric gets a super, gets a gadget in even. Mr. Dosa kinda proving my point that we might underestimate them. Sorry.
Yeah, but they did still lose, so, you know, I'm still siding with the side of Navi, to be honest with you. They're looking pretty good now as well. And May going to come in with some shots down this left-hand side, going to actually find a connection, but in comes the gadget, not going to find anything for Emric there. Tough spot for him to be in now as Angel Boy pushes up, looking for a super. Gadget comes in, and that's going to be 11% damage alone, and he keeps on raining down.
Hits coming in from Salty as well. He's just trying to get his Penny Mortar for now. Navi already takes a 30% lead. 39 as we speak. Emric finally onto safe as well, but can he out-damage the comp of Navi? All three of them on safe now, and he does leave his two teammates alone with the defense that they clearly can't take on. Navi winning this round very convincingly. Good job by them, well played by them, better comp. What else can we say?
Yeah, we can't say a lot else other than that. They just completely dominated them as well. It's just the one push, and that's all you need with an 8-bit, with a Grom, with the Colette. So much damage rains down on the safe, and there's just not a lot Mr. Dosa can do. You know, Emric got the breakaway, but they were quite happy to let him have that breakaway. You know, even with some of these Penny splashes coming through as well, they couldn't get much done. And the safe just absolutely disappears when you've got that Grom and Grom, Colette, and 8-bit on safe, and there's just not a lot that Mr. Dosa could do there.
11 kills for the side of Navi, 9 for Mr. Dosa. Again, the stats don't really reflect what we just witnessed. Navi clearly being the better team here in this first set, taking it 2-0, but still, Mr. Dosa, at least in the first round, looked so strong. I really thought they could maybe take it still. It just wasn't meant to be in the end. Maybe next map is going to be better for them.
Yeah, they've got to hope so, as they're going to be going 0-3 and joining Foot in the dumps. But Navi, they want to try and improve their... I mean... Oh, like that. You know, they're down there. They're down there. I'll put it that way. They're not looking too great this season. But Navi, they're looking pretty good. They're looking to improve their scoreline, move up to that 2-1, I believe it is. And that's going to put them in a good position. You know, heading towards the finals, they need some points through the BSC as well. So, you know, they're driven to get these wins on the board. And so far, it looks like that's what's going to be happening here as well.
It looks like that, and we have the bands already in. Trev, what I do appreciate about you, you're just brutally honest sometimes. We have Ems, Crow, and Shelly Band from Navi on the side of Mr. Dosa. We have Squeak, Brock, and Janet. And Jean is going to be the first pickup here. Of course, you want to have some vision. Jean offers that quite well with the vision gear. We talked about it before today. On the side of Navi, there's still so many options left for Infinite Dooms. You really just want vision. Terra, usually one of the best brawlers here, Poco, one of the pickups that Navi goes with a lot of times. Those options are still open here. We talked about it. Maybe you need to ban the brawlers that Navi's best with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strategy. I do like, the bans we've got coming in here, and the Gene as a first pick as well. Going to be able to scout a lot, but Amber's going to say, you can have your vision gear all you want, but I'm just going to get rid of all the bushes. And you've got to respect that from Navi as well, coming in with that. But I think overall, if they do pick some more long-range, approaches, and obviously the Brock's banned out so they can't have the wall breaks, but if Mr. Doza keep on doubling down on this long range, the Amber's going to have some serious issues. I mean, we've got the Bonnie coming in now as well, but, something like a B coming in now could really be quite dangerous for Navi.
B or the brawlers I already talked about. I think Terra could be amazing now against the Bonnie. Just whenever you have super, keep it for in case Bonnie decides to jump. But of course, Navi already breaking up the map there is going to favor some long range brawlers. Terra isn't going to have a great time anymore as soon as those bushes are burnt. Long range. I do agree with you, and the B pick could be great now, but maybe Navi is looking into going that afterwards as well.
Yeah, we're going to see the Pam come out as the first pick from Mr. Doza here. Still got one to go before we go back to Navi, though. So that's just more scouting ability. They're going for further vision gear and obviously being able to, just tank so much damage that Amber and Bonnie are going to be able... Bonnie doesn't bring much damage other than when she jumps in, but you know what I mean? Like, when she's in this cannon form, Pam's just going to be able to eat those shots all day long, and Amber going to have a bit of a tough time bringing the Pam down as well with the amount of ammo she's allowed to have. And if you can get a healing turret up, you're going to be in a pretty good spot, especially with the magic puffs coming through as well, getting some heals from Jean also. It's just doubling down on that.
Definitely a good pick into Bonnie. We didn't talk about any other long-range options other than B. Piper's going to come out again today. Not my first pick. At least it wouldn't have been, but Mr. Doza clearly favors it in this position. Navi still has to be open now. Would be great also against the tanky brawlers that Mr. Doza is showing us here already with the Pam and the Jean. But let's see with what they will go with instead. Against the Piper, they also could just run with a Max or something and run into their face.
They're going to go with the Tara themselves now, and if they're looking to open up these bushes, if they're looking to kind of sneak through, they're going to have a tough time. The Jean's going to be able to scout out so well, the Pam's going to be able to scout out so well, but if Piper doesn't get a good start and they manage to just, duke a few shots, move up the map, get Piper pushed back, then Jean and Pam are going to have to go with her to defend her as well. So if Navi get a good start, they should be able to do well, but if Mr. Doza starts strong, then I don't think we're going to see Navi come out of spawn.
I have to agree with you on that. I do prefer that Navi come simply because of that factor. If they have a Tara super, they can turn around the whole thing. Jean has the same function, of course, but yeah.
But you can't get all three. You can't get all three with the Jean super, you can with the Tara super, and that's the game change.
You have to have the perfect situation, especially on a bushy map like this one. Infinite Doom just recently got into the competitive map pool for the very first time. Trev's favorite map.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Ebric's very low early on though, Salty's pretty low as well. Shots coming through from Cube. Was looking for the jump there, but actually going to see a homemade recipe to the face instead. Angel Boy trying to look for a kill now as well. Does get one, can he follow up on Emmerich? Runs out of ammo, but actually going to have the lead, so doesn't want to over-aggress too much either. And MMA, he doesn't care about over-aggressing. He's going to go straight for it. We see him low as well. Both of them burned down there from Angel Boy, and the takedown on the right-hand side. This has got to be a Navi game.
8 stars plus blue star on the side of Navi. For now, they do have mid control. Just as you were talking about, Trev, Mr. Doza is going to have a tough time now coming out of it. They do have the Jean pull though. If they manage to get a good pull here onto Cube, maybe blue star is going to change sides. Maybe another kill there. They can still take us, but they also only have 1 minute left.
Yeah, MMA giving it up a bit of control there as well, trying to bait Salty into coming forward for this pull, but some great shots from Mr. Doza. MMA's going to just drop the pull at his feet, and this is deja vu from the foot game here. Mistakes coming out of Navi, and now we see Mr. Doza with the control. Jiaku maybe going to go for a break there, actually, but does choose to hold on to it. Shots onto MMA across this left-hand side. Emmerich with a pull. Angel Boy goes towards him, but Blue Star still in the hands of Navi. They have the lead, but how long can they keep it for?
They do need only a single kill, and Mr. Doza will be on top of this match. Navi slowly but steadily pushing back into mid. The mid control is everything on this map. Pushing up though, falling now. MMA and Angel Boy both fall. Cube follows them into the death as well. 1, 2, 3, and that's 17 stars on the side of Mr. Doza.
I mean, Navi have fallen apart, and Jiaku's been the one picking them apart. Navi, they do have the jump. MMA's going to need something special to happen here if he wants to bring this comeback. But, Cube can't go in on the Piper. He's just going to jump away as well. Angel Boy trying to make the play, but in goes the jump from Cube. Doesn't even get one. Actually, does get the trade out now. 12 to 19. 10 seconds on the clock, and they're going to need Jiaku. They're going to need another one on top of that as well, but MMA gets pulled in, and Mr. Doza close out the game. Navi started well, but Mr. Doza after that switched on.
And they even reached the cap there. 20 stars, not the most amount of stars that you can get in Bounty. I never would have imagined Mr. Dosa taking those 20 stars up against Na'Vi, especially after that start from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that missed pull was definitely a bit of an issue, and he gave him too much room as well. When he got the pull, he was trying to bait him into, you know, coming forward and getting it rather than just staying in that aggressive position and trying to push him back, thanks to having that pull. But now Na'Vi coming out the gate strong again.
Lessons in terror pulls from you.
I mean, I think more of a Tom lesson, to be fair, but we'll see if he does manage to make some better moves this time. Burn coming through from Angel Boy on that right-hand side. Cube's got the jump available, but with the lead they've got, he doesn't really want to over-aggress.
They don't want to. They did before, and it hurts them badly. Mr. Dosa finally won up. Didn't look too great in Heist. Now even better in Bounty. Maybe they can turn around things here and prevent the 3-0, which of course I'd love to see. For now, Na'Vi again takes over the lead. 5 stars already onto their name.
Well, jump finally available from Xiaoku, but he can't really get forward and break. You know, that break to start things off was, well, what started the comeback for Mr. Dosa. But MMA's going to be looking for a pull. Shouldn't be too far off either, because he did make a good few connections onto that Pam on the left-hand side. Salty trying to find the scouts out now as well, but good pinch coming in from the Gene. Trying to scout out, shots coming in from Xiaoku, but the tanks are there with the support from beyond. MMA survives on a slither of HP. There goes the pull into Cube and doesn't actually get the capability of jumping out. And this should be, yet again, another push out for Mr. Dosa, but they're playing it slow.
Na'Vi is still with mid-control, though. With the blue star, they're still looking strong and looking like they are about to win this match here. 40 seconds left on the clock, and slowly but steadily, Mr. Dosa pushing up into mid, completely pushing Na'Vi out of there, back into spawn now for them, and Emmerich can't be far away of pull either.
Yeah, Xiaoku just going for the break there as well. Emmerich with the pull. Angel Boy gets pulled in. The jump follows it in as well. Low Cube trying to get the trade out. Can't get it. And that's just going to add another star to Xiaoku there as well. Pull from MMA. 20 seconds on the clock. Only 3 stars. So Salty will turn this one around.
MMA still with the Terra ulti though. If he hits 1 or 2 of the members of Mr. Dosa, they can still turn around things here. Emmerich already low there on the right-hand side. He is not enough. Terra pull coming in. Salty very low. Xiaoku is wall jumping. But it's not going to be enough there. 14 stars in the name of Na'Vi. And it's 1-1 in the set.
I mean, that was great from Na'Vi towards the end there. Beautiful pull from MMA. Not sure why the Piper didn't jump out, to be honest with you, when they saw the pull come in. Need a bit of a faster reaction time, at least in my eyes. But some good turnarounds there from Mr. Dosa again to get the lead back. This time, they just couldn't hold on to it.
I think he did jump, but a bit too late, and then he jumped at the exact same spot again, just to be hit by Angel Boy from the right-hand side. In the end, Na'Vi takes it. Didn't look like it. Mr. Dosa did take over the mid-control mid-game once again, like they did in the first game. And for now, they even take over the first lead here with a 2-1 star difference.
Yeah, well, Mr. Dosa pretty much pinned back and spawn. Xiaoku, he wants the break, but at the moment he just can't get it. They need to stay out of the way of MMA throwing cards here, or is this just going to feed him another super? And he did get some good connections early on to Salty, so he shouldn't be too far off. Angel Boy has this blue star in hand as well, so he's quite a valuable asset to Na'Vi. Doesn't want to over-aggress, but needs this burn on someone to initiate something, I feel.
Maybe Angel Boy is just waiting for the perfect moment that he sees now incoming. Emmerich is low. He will survive this, however. Xiaoku is falling on the other side. We still have a slight lead here coming in from Na'Vi, but it's not as big of one as we did see in the second game.
Yeah, mate, still looking for this super. 2-star lead now in the hands of Na'Vi, and with this, they could take the second set and knock Mr. Dosa down to a 0-2, but with some push out coming through, Xiaoku looking for some shots, but Q might be able to follow with a double here. Gadget popped as well, trying to get the shot through. Jump should be there and does, but forces it out, which means he's not going to be able to get any successful break of the mid, and that could be a difficult spot for them later on. Pull comes through, but it's straight onto a support from beyond.
We don't have any more gadgets on MMA. That could hurt him later on when Emmerich has another pull there. Emmerich, again, getting burned by Angel Boy over and over again. This is the first time we see him dodging it. 25 seconds left on the clock. Mr. Dosa needs a single kill, and they could turn things around here. MMA gets the better of a Salty. 6-2 stars now. With 17 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be hard for Mr. Dosa.
Yeah, well, they need to push up. 4 stars will turn it around, and that's just Angel Boy. Some good shots from Xiaoku or Salty. Might be able to get this work done. Cube's got to jump, though. Might just go in, just try and delay them a little bit, but a jump forward from Piper. They get the kill. 3 seconds. MMA's there for the taking, but even he won't make the difference. He stands anyway, and Na'Vi go 2 sets up. Mr. Dosa, they looked good at certain points, but in the end, Na'Vi come out on top of that.
It was really a back and forth, but Na'Vi takes it 2-1 very convincingly after all, with just a bit more map control, a bit more consideration of just picking up the blue star at the start and having an early lead there. It plays so much of a role in a map like Infinite Doom.
Yeah, it was nice from Na'Vi. They played they played what they needed to do right, you know, getting the right amount of aggression, the right amount of, you know, the passiveness that they were bringing in as well at certain points, just waiting for their opportunity. 32 stars, 33 dropped by Navi though, so technically they were negative, but that's probably from the game where they got finished off 21 stars, what was Mr. Doza had taken in that game. So, you know, the scoreline can look good for Mr. Doza throughout the stars, but at the end of the day, Navi win the set and they're going 2-0 up. One more needed to finish that one off, and I'm sure you're feeling a bit scared now, Sonny.
Well, rather a bit sad. I still don't want the first 3-0 to happen, please. But we'll see. I still believe in Mr. Doza. They did look very good in the very first game of Bounty, and I do believe they can repeat what they just did on Pinhole Punt. It's going to be our next map. Navi's really strong on Brawl, but I'm a bit scared.
Backtracking the confidence here as well, but I agree with you. You know, Navi, they always look very good in Brawl Ball, and that's just down to that aggression that they bring in pretty much every single mode. That one, though, they didn't actually seem too aggressive. They stayed passive and played their moments, but that's just because of the brawlers they were playing, right? A bit of long range, a bit of control. It's not something that you kind of, you know, you don't want to let go of the control in Infinite Doom. Always, we'll see what happened in, you know, in game number 1, where they lost control and all of them fell 3 times, and the game was just over.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Doza, they did take a set of Team Kezo, they did take a set of EUR, which is one of the top 2 teams at the moment. So I still believe in them to take at least a set. I still don't want this story to be over by now, but Navi is also just looking really, really strong today. I mentioned it before, Pinhole Punt, one of their best maps even. Let's see. I'm a very unbiased caster, but for now, I'm going to side with the underdogs.
But now she's cheering for Mr. Doza.
My heart is going with the underdogs for now.
Yeah, to be honest, I've got to think Navi are going to close this one out. You can't, I mean, you can't logically think other way. You might hope for it, but I think that Navi are probably going to finish this one out. Brawl Ball, as you said, it's a strong mode for them. We do have the draft coming in now. We're heading on to Pinhole Punt, Poco banned out, along with Squeak and Ems, Crow, Shelly, and Poco banned on the other side. So we got that double Poco banned. Clearly nobody wanting those heals to come through, and both sides pretty scared of that Poco tank comp.
I do like, though, that finally someone is banning out the brawlers that Navi excels at, like the Crow, like the Shelly, like the Poco. Good job already by Mr. Doza. Stu's going to be the first pickup here from Navi. Works really wonders on Pinhole Punt whenever the mobility comes in that Stu offers with the breakthrough as well, opening up those walls. I do like that first pickup here. We have a lot of counters though as well. Ruffs could be a great option here as well as Terra. Let's see.
Yeah, well, my confidence in Tara's kind of wavered a little bit today. I won't lie. I won't lie. Just off today, I'm feeling a bit scared when people pick up Tara. Never mind excited. But we'll see what Mr. Doza do choose to pick. It should be coming through very, very shortly to see what they're going to try and bring out against Stu. But as you say, you know, the Tara is a very good pick against it. Rough sandbags, great. But I do feel like there's still some possible counters to, you know, the Rough's a little bit further down the line. Something they can kind of run through with, especially with that speed zone. But we are missing a pick. We're going to see that Pam as the second, so I'm sure we'll get that information to you shortly. Pam coming through on Pinhole Punt. I like it. It's got some good scouting ability, you know.
It does. And Pinhole Punt, again, a map that really just favors anything that can make some space for your team and get into the mid bushes. Whoever has mid control gets the better opportunities to score later on. I really wonder now what was the first pick for Mr. Doza. Maybe something like the B or something would work well with Pam. Well, let's see later.
Make it a guessing game. Take your guess and we'll see later on.
Want to vote on it? Is your spine
It's not.
ready?
It's not.
It's not
My
right.
knowledge of draft just clearly isn't on the same level as yours, Sonny. Tara's going to come in, though, from Navi, and they like it. They clearly just don't want to be opposed by it, I think, more than anything, and it's probably decent against, you know, something like a B, as you said, might be their first pick.
Why
But
is
that's
the
both
Tara
of you.
still open? I'm just sad to see that.
I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah,
Was it Navi's last pick now? I feel like it is, right? Navi's last pick should be coming through shortly, and then back to Mr. Doza for that last one. We'll see what they do choose to go with. Their comp so far, it's decent. They're going to go with the Jessie. Jessie.
Navi is one of those teams that do try to go Jessie time and time again, more often than any other team. Maybe they make it work also on Pinhole Punt. They have a lot of control, definitely. If they have a Terra Super and a Jessie one with the Spark Slug slowing down their enemies, it's gonna look so good for Navi. On the other side, we can't really talk about the draft yet. Let's see what they're gonna pick up as last. Now Ruffs would be a very bad choice simply because of the Jessie. So let's see, maybe they go with something aggressive once again. They did so on the first heist map. Maybe they try going it again. Sandy, is that the last pick? Because it's amazing against
I'd imagine
Terra.
it's the last pick. Take your bet. You're going to say Ruffs, I imagine, is what they've picked up, and I don't mind that shout.
Well, Sandy's gonna work wonders against both the Stu and the Terra, so I do like that pickup. Mr. Dosa might be prolonging that one into a 3-1.
Possibly so, but we'll see if Navi can pull through. We'll see what Mr. Dosa's last pick is in just a second when we get into the game. But overall, I'm feeling a little bit skeptical about Navi's comp. I do say, you know, when you see a Jesse, I feel like you've got to feel a bit skeptical rather than too hopeful, as it is a very, very bold pick. But we'll see what they've picked it into right now, and it is going to be amazing.
Interesting to see that Maisie coming back out of the dark sides of the meta. Not really picked up a lot of times ever since she came out, and now slowly but steadily she is valued a lot more. Shaku going down there after getting the kill onto Cube. Cube and Angel Boy now slowly pushing up. Nice try there by Angel Boy with a nice trick shot. Salty takes it. And Angel Boy now 1v3ing with his teammates just coming out of spawn, and kind of a reset now.
Yeah, optimism makes the world go round, and you know, Angel Boy feeling very optimistic about that one clearly. A little dash coming out Salty there as well. Didn't want to use his super as he felt quite confident that Emmerich was going to be able to pick that one up in the pinch. And May and Jaku should be fairly close to their supers, I feel. He does get it off, and there's the Sweet Dreams as well, sends him to sleep. Super comes in, but the double pull coming through from Navi, but actually a knockback from Salty as well. Sandstorm still available for Angel Boy, but he's going to go for the ball. Super again towards Jaku, and I feel like Sandstorm right now would seal the deal.
Could be an opportunity now for Mr. Dosa if they value that Sandy super enough. Angel Boy trying to defend their Q with no ult, and they still kinda hesitate. Shaku doesn't get the pass as directly as he would have wished for.
Yeah, I feel like he went for the shot on the Sweet Dreams then when he didn't have the ball. That was a little bit of an issue. Cube very low though, does have to back off. Managed to avoid a few of those flurries of Pam shots. But Salty coming through with the super, goes for the dash forward as well to get the damage in. Now gets the shot through. Cube's going to go down on the backside, and now Mr. Dosa move 1-0 up. Still a minute on the clock and a lot of supers from Navi available.
Just like Rasan Bounty, now Mr. Dosa again leading at the start, and looking like they can indeed win a set against Navi, but it's not over yet. 50 seconds left on the clock, and Navi with a great push incoming. Angel Boy and Cube both standing strong, getting the takedown onto Shaku. Emmerich slow on health as well. Salty the only one left standing. But for now, they did prevail in the defense.
Yeah, still 30 seconds though, and with Cube's bounces in this position, it can be quite dangerous, especially if he gets another turret. Still got some slows in hand as well. All three of them back in that spawn. If one connection's made by Cube, this could be dangerous. Does gets the super as well, throws it out, gets the slow. Scrapsucker comes in. Actually, no slow pop yet. Might be saving it for overtime as he felt so confident. Navi clean up, and they even things out.
1-1 now with 30 seconds left on the clock. This match is surely going to hit overtime very, very soon. Cube with super MMAs as well. Doesn't look too great on the side of Mr. Dosa in terms of supers.
Yeah, Jaku's backing up so heavily. Angel Boy looking for the super and possibly the shot as well. Picks the ball, goes for it down the right-hand side. Just Salty left alive anyway. And Angel Boy will beat into that ball with the double super. Navi go on to match point, and possibly the first sweep of the season could be going the way of Navi.
You can cast alone if this is gonna be... No, I'm joking. Well, Navi might be our very first team to sweep a team in the Snapdragon Pro Series here. We love to see that, don't we?
Well, I mean, you know, I'd like to see Mr. Dosa fight back a little bit more. I feel like they have some more in them. They've made some great performances throughout Hot Zone. They've made some good performances, you know, throughout this Brawl Ball game as well. But this could be an early goal. Angel Boy passes the ball back, and Salty goes for the knock. That could be a big blunder there from Navi. That could have been 1-0 up in the final game, and they've just blundered it.
That was a great super incoming from Salty. Great knockback, saving this very early goal incoming from Navi. This didn't even take 15 seconds, and it would already been 1-0 when Navi also has the match point in their hand. Mid control now for Navi that just tried to get their supers, and Mr. Dosa, again, just being back in spawn, can't really move out of their spawn for now.
Slow number 2's there from Cube. Only one more remains. Angel Boy's looking for the goal here, but she'll be able to get the shot forward, dash onto it possibly. But the knockback's there from Salty. What connections coming in from Cube? Goes down and wastes his super. And May looking for the ball here, but Sweet Dream's still available from Shaku. Does put the support from beyond down. A little pass through, won't go miss right now, but he actually grabs the ball and gets the clear. Great defense from Shaku, but a super's there from Cube, and that's going to tank a lot. Slow down as well. Possible goal for Navi. They walk this through, and one goal stands between them and the game.
1-0 up again. Let's see if Navi can make this very first sweep within the season happen. Getting pushed back out of mid now as Shaku is a super great pulling coming though from MMA. Both are still surviving, Emmerich and Shaku. Shaku finally falling. Angel Boy cleaning up after the super of MMA, now pushing up the map. He might just be able to slot that one in, not quite. Shaku's respawning, but it doesn't look like Mr. Dosa even has the time to make it all the way across the map now.
Yeah, playing it slow, and you've got to respect Navi for it. Don't want to overextend and play for something miraculous when it's not there. Navi, you go a little bit over-aggressive now, though, and Angel Boy having to dash forward, try to get some stuff done. Salty's got this knockback as well. This is a big, big chance for Mr. Dosa here. Does avoid it, though, and that is beautiful from Cube. Great defense in a 1v3, but MMA respawning with the super as well. That's dangerous for them. Ball pass back all the way to the right-hand side with this super from Cube, with the super from MMA respawning. It's going to be a tough push-in for Mr. Dosa.
It was a really great opportunity for Mr. Dosa, evaded by Cube there. Well played by them, 17 seconds. Mr. Dosa all the way pushed up here. Might have an opportunity, but with Eric falling, it's a 2v3. Cube very low, MMA so as well. Salty, the only one left standing, has to try though. What is he waiting for? 5 seconds left and he's falling as well. Navi takes the very first sweep of this season, 3-0 against Mr. Dosa.
I mean, quick stuff from Navi there, and they did play it very, very well. Didn't overextend, didn't aggress, and they played it really, really well. Navi thoroughly deserving of that game. Mr. Dosa just didn't really seem like they could keep up with the gameplay that Navi were bringing out. A couple of the games looked all right for them, but other than that, it was all Navi.
Well, I'm broken. Kenny, you gave Mr. Dosa at least a set. What are your thoughts after this match?
I'm a little heartbroken, especially with how close of a call that was in set number 3. I mean, a real opportunity with that Maisie super and just couldn't quite get there. The damage, of course, piling up for Navi, though. And again, this is a matchup that we felt like Navi should be favorites in. And I think we kind of saw that go out. I think Mr. Dosa, a great team, but Navi just a little tier above them right now, I think.
The impossible has happened. Sunny. I hate to break it to you, but me and Trav saw this one coming. No, I mean, it was a great run, wasn't it? I mean, it had to happen eventually, inevitably, and Challenge Day 3 was when it had to happen. But, you know, Navi have just been at that level at the moment, and against Mr. Dosa, unfortunately for them, it was just a little bit shy today, Trav.
I mean, you've got to feel for them, really, but they did take another defeat. Navi cleaning that one up quite quickly, and as I just said, you know, Mr. Dosa had their moments. They looked really good in some of those knockout games. They looked decent in that first game of Brawl, but everything kind of just fell apart. You know, in Heist, they got absolutely destroyed. Game was done in about 20 seconds in the second one, and Navi looked really good. So they had a lot of momentum coming off that first set, just plainly because of how good the draft was, how fast the game got finished up, and I feel like that kind of carried them through the next two.
Was there a chance, Sonny, that you felt Mr. Dosa may have brought it back? Because Navi are notorious for actually getting those first two sets and then taking the foot off the gas.
I definitely thought so. They did so in their very first matches. It was always a close match. They haven't had a single set where they didn't at least take on as a single game or make it all the way to the end. But yeah, in the end, I also have to say, with the pickup of Shaku, he's certainly a very good player, but changing it mid-season might have thrown off their chemistry a little bit. I don't know.
Well, for Mr. Dosa, hopefully for them, in Challenge Day 4, they come back strong, but we are 3 games down. One more still to come to finalize the day. Next up, it's Humble versus Team Kesso to end off Challenge Day 3. Be right back after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are now at our end of the day 3 here with our final match still to come. Humble will take on Team Kesso, and I am very excited for this one, Trev, because I think this is actually going to be quite a close affair. We've had 3-0 sweeps today, we've had 3-1s, 3-2s. I mean, it's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, they're so evenly matched. The rosters, the gameplay, the synergy that these guys have together, it's very similar. You know, they're just both incredibly similar teams in terms of how skilled they are, how much, you know, how well they play, the results they bring in. Both seem to be pretty consistently, you know, top 8 EU, something like that, which they probably are around about now. Both of them not in the best position on the leaderboard, but Team Kesso a little bit higher up.
Yeah, Team Kesso didn't qualify for the monthly finals for this month, so coming in today, Sunny, you know, with a couple of, you know, ill feelings, let's say, with regards to their current standings.
But even Trev had to say last week that they are looking a lot stronger than what we expected coming into the season. They did qualify in the split 1 lower bracket, but they didn't look strong at all in the Open Cups. Now, looking back at the last 2 matches, one they won, the other one they didn't. In this one, SK Gaming was just still a bit too strong for them, but maybe it's gonna go a bit better against Humble today.
Yeah, I think they put up a really good fight and a good showing against SK Gaming, and we've obviously seen how good SK Gaming have been playing recently. So the fact that Team Kesso pushed them to really make them work for one of those wins, I think illustrates that Team Kesso still has some in them. You know, in terms of the standings and things like that too, I think Humble obviously 0-2. We've talked about it for a few teams tonight. They're not exactly where you want to be, and a loss here tonight could be tough for the rest of the way.
I think Team Kesso have been looking pretty good, actually, for the most part. I definitely agree, but Humble, Trav, these guys are a force to be reckoned with. They're at the top of the game right now.
On top of the game, 0-2.
That's a valid point. It's a valid point, but nonetheless, they take teams all the way, and they did qualify for the monthly finals.
Yeah, but listen, you know what I said earlier? Sets on the board.
Here it comes. Go on.
Sets on the board mean nothing if you don't get the wins along with them. You know, that's just how it is, plain and simple. But no, they are a pretty decent team. You know, they've got what it takes to be able to pretty much beat anybody. They just haven't been successful at really closing out those games throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. They've been consistent all the way throughout BSC. They've been consistent, top 8, top 4. They've been making some moves, and I believe they're top 4 in BSC in Europe overall. So clearly, they're able to get into a position where they can do well, and they just consistently do all right.
They've always come a little bit short, haven't they? Last year, as the former Dogster Lobster roster, didn't quite make the World Finals, and they've always been that team that have just been slightly behind. But I do feel like they can bounce back from their position at the moment. I mean, would you agree, Sunny?
I do have to agree on that. They did take 1 set of Navi, they took 2 off Zeta, make it 3 today, and they have their first point, so even Trav is happy.
I think that's pushing it. This man is anti-fun right here. Look at that face. Like, not even a glimmer, not even a smirk.
Trav anti-fun talks, right?
This is his middle name. You know, I do feel like this is a very even matchup, though, Kenny. I've got to say, like, I feel like this could go either way. Looking at how Team Kesso have been performing recently, they have been a bit inconsistent, at least, say, you know, in the BSC. But in the SPS, they have been doing pretty well, taking teams all the way and really, you know, enhancing, you know, what we see on the screen with some great mechanics. You know, this is a very skilled team. They love their long-range brawlers affairs, and you know, their game modes specifically as well. I think like knockout, great mode for them. Heist, pretty good for them as well. Now, what's your taking from the other side of the pond?
I think Team Kesso are somebody that's had some strong showings in Brawl Stars history. I mean, over the past couple of years, this is a team that's really emerged and somebody that I think we have to put some respect on. For me, though, it feels weird almost seeing Humble possibly in an 0-3 spot. I think since this is an even kind of match, I feel like this is a really good spot for Humble to maybe get that first win. We've seen them come close. Trav brings up a great point. 0-2 is still 0-2. Stats don't mean anything if you don't bring a win with it. I think they've got the capabilities to possibly win this one, though.
Put a number on it, predictions-wise.
I'm going to go 3-2 Humble.
Interesting. Sunny, what are you thinking? Where's your head at?
I'm staying with the 3-2s today. 3-2 Humble as well.
Trav, the predictions master talks.
Never, ever have anybody ever said that.
She clearly doesn't look at the chat, does she? She clearly doesn't read the chat. I'm going to go 3-2. I'm going to go with everybody else and kind of double down on everybody's predictions. As much as I like to differ, I feel like it is, you know, that close.
Interesting stuff. A pretty united casting desk for the most part, it seems. Well, as the draft comes in for pit stop then, we got obviously the picks and bans rolling as we got the Stu band, the Bonnie band, the Spike band. On the side of Humble, the Shelly, the Bonnie, and the Barley band as well. The first draft is Anita. I quite like that starting hand there, Sonny.
We did see this map being played out before by the very first matchup of the day, and Anita was an absolute banger there. Barley was as well, but he's banned out this time around. Humble is gonna go with the Ruffs and Ems pick now. They do want to go for that defense. They don't have anything for the offense yet. The damage output is lacking.
Yeah, this is an interesting kind of 2-3 turn here. We see Colonel Ruffs with a lot of great utility. You know, that star power can also break down walls if they really want it to. And Im's a big area control brawler, somebody that can bring the heavy hitting damage as well. So I don't really mind this. I think they can round this out with maybe a more aggressive brawler. It's just kind of something that's been really common in EMEA, especially for this map.
Do you want to add anything, Trav? Rico's coming in. That's my go-to.
Oh, we know. We know. No, I like it. And, you know, as Sonny said, Danita was so influential in that first game that I think it can pull through again. But obviously, Ruffs and Ems together is just a really, really solid pairing.
Well, Sonny, Kenny, you're taking the reins. Head over to the casting desk. Take it away.
We will gladly. Thank you so much. Ladies first, or what?
Well, I mean, you're across the way. I thought a
In
little bit
German,
easier
we
to get
say
there.
beauty before age, but that doesn't fit in our case, so you should have walked before me.
I mean, it is what it is. I was just trying to make it a little easier for you to get there, but it's all good. A little Carl pick in here, too. I don't mind that either. Im's Colonel Russ, and there's Old Man Edgar. I mean, goodness. It's not often we see Edgar selected. What has it been? Maybe 3 times today? Even that feels like a lot for Edgar.
I mean, Edgar, we're in EMEA here. As when Foot Esports did bring him into the meta in the monthly finals, everybody suddenly starts to play him, and it does work out well. We didn't see Edgar lose today yet, at least on pit stop. Maybe it's going to work out for Humble here as well. On the other side, I do like the Rico pickup. I do like the Nita. They have so much damage output. On Humble, it is only the Edgar, so I kind of see them struggling a bit with that.
Yeah, I could see it maybe overwhelming him a little bit too. I think Edgar just brings this presence that you have to deal with. Edgar, again, one of those brawlers I like to call X factors. If Edgar is thriving, your team's probably thriving. If he's not getting value, if he's not making the enemy waste resources, or he's not getting damage on that high safe, it's all for naught. Little super here early, a dive forward. I think he missed the mark a little bit, running straight into that wall, an immediate takedown, and Team Queso with an early break there.
It's really sad to see that could have been the lead for Humble already if the Edgar only connected with safe, but he will have other opportunities. For now, he's just trying to get super to maybe jump onto Blacksy, getting the kill there. Multi-ball launcher comes out of Blacksy. It's not going to be enough damage to get rid of Filippo. So Filippo is still standing strong, looking into maybe connecting with the safe this time.
Boss now respawning as well. Super available for Edgar once again. We have to see him get to that high safe, or at least take advantage of this matchup into somebody like Rico, a little bit squishier of a brawler, as now Carl breaks away left-hand side, the tailspin converting for a lot of damage. Now the pickaxe swings for a little extra. Blacksy with the risky super there, and I don't think it equates to much. Edgar fisticuffing his way down that bottom-hand side as well for a little extra damage, and would you look at that? We are tied up.
By the way, today seems to be the day of roster switches. We had Chiaku come in for Mr. Dosa. Now Filippo is playing for Humble. I don't know if Luke is just on a break. Holidays is now, as is it's summer, but he's playing today and he's doing a fantastic job. Getting another takedown onto Blacksy, but still a slight lead for Team Queso.
Well played there, and some great offense being generated by Team Queso right now. Low HP for both Humble brawlers playing defense, even throwing down a power-up. A little risky too. I mean, if they go down there and waste a power-up, that's going to be crucial. Big bounce shots coming off the wall there for Blacksy as well. A crucial kill. And then now, what was a tie just moments ago, it's beginning to look like a runaway here for Team Queso in game number 1. Humble are going to have to respond strong.
But that's exactly the problem. They have Blacksy doing some damage onto safe. Javi, whenever he has his Bruce Bear, he's gonna do a lot amount of damage, as well as Boss, of course. On the side of Humble, it's really only Filippo that can connect to safe. Cyclone and Tomsy have not been seen there at all so far. And if Filippo doesn't get the damage in now, it's gonna be hard for Humble to turn things around. Some damage is dealt to safe of Humble. So is on the side of Team Queso, though. Still, they are in the lead.
Ooh, and a big kill there too. Blacksy surviving and to pile up some extra damage here. And with only 10 seconds to go, 2 Humble brawlers, now 3 at the very top of the map. Simply not enough on the clock for them to try and make a comeback here. So a strong start for Team Queso in game number 1. Almost 50% of a lead to finish that off.
And Team Queso takes the very first game in this matchup. Love to see that, especially since I do have to say they kind of have the better draft here. Humble can turn things around, maybe, if they only get the defense quick enough in. If they get rid of the Bruce Bear in time for Filippo to deal the same amount of damage at the other side of the map.
Yeah, I really want to see Edgar kind of get a little more pesky here. You know, we saw a small mistake there off the rip. He runs into the wall, dies immediately. But again, all of those little micro mistakes, they pile up if you're a pro player. Left-hand side, though, a little bit of a ruckus being caused by Edgar. Again, that matchup, if Edgar can jump on top of Rico, very favorable for Edgar, assuming the HP is what they start at. But an early dive in here from Team K, so Rico putting in work for now. Boss wants in on the fun as well. Pickaxe swings going down. Javi now on the left-hand side, throwing down the piercing shots. It's adding up very quickly. Less than 50% to go, and Humble haven't even touched the enemy side.
Big damage and big lead in coming from Team Keizo. Humble didn't even do a single scratch on the save of Team Keizo for now. But Filippo, with that kill on the right-hand side, might be able to jump on to save any second now. Gets defended off quite quickly though as well. Javi and Boss are just waiting for this jump to happen on the other side with Rico pushed up again. Blacksy looking into getting some damage onto the save of Humble once again. He might even be able to finish it off.
A recent change in gadgets there, at least in balances, has allowed for that Rico gadget to have more value, especially in a mode like Heist, where you're just looking for any extra percentage you can tackle onto that Heist safe. A dive in now, Edgar converting there. Moving forward now, the flying hook, the tailspin following, the protected pirouette keeping him alive on the other side. Swing in, swing out, less than 3K to go as Cyclone gets the stop, but at what cost?
4% left on the save of Humble. They need the damage now. They need the full control. Otherwise, Team K already moves on into the next set with the first sets taken 2-0. 50 seconds left on the clock, but I'm not sure if we're even gonna see all those seconds still played out. Some damage coming in from Cyclone with the supply drop. Boss getting rid of Filippo. I don't see a very bright future for Humble.
They have to play this pretty much perfectly. Blacksy low HP, Cyclone trying to control the left-hand side. They can't quite move forward on the left because Bruce the Bear's there to stop him. A dive in from Edgar, and without protected pirouette, now an opportunity for a red roster. They have to hold on for dear life. They have to get enough damage here, and they've only got about 20 seconds to do so.
They have great control for now. Tomsy with another ult will do a great job at that as well. Boss though, moving up the map there. Some damage getting in now from Tomsy and Cyclone. Where is Filippo? Defending off Boss at the right-hand side. Does get him. And the save is dropping to 0. Humble equalizing the score here. Only 4% left on their save, and they finally started to play Brawl Stars.
That was an incredible comeback. I mean, especially against a team of the caliber of Team Queso. To put a stop to them, to get enough damage. I mean, look at this right now. It's 93 to about 37 before that extra damage trickled in there. That was a tough thing to overcome. It's what makes these pros so good. And to put it lightly, that was absolutely awesome to watch. Edgar starting off strong here again. If he can jump on these brawlers and they don't have the resources to back them up, Edgar can have pretty favorable matchup. 8-10s galore going down as Edgar punches his way onto that high safe. And for the first time here, it's going to be Humble with a small lead instead.
Great job by him as well, not using his super just yet. Just getting in some damage without. Boss on the right-hand side looking into going on to safe again. He's doing a great job at getting some damage in for his team time and time again. For now though, not a single scratch on the save of Humble. We have a completely flipped side story of what we just witnessed in the second game.
Filippo even getting powered up now too. Edgar only getting scarier, 5,200 HP. He's going to be able to brawl against just about anybody here. A little wall break on the right-hand side, opening up this map a little bit, powering up Tomsy. We saw the damage that he dealt at the end of game number 2. A dive in as well. Edgar getting the kill here. Super going down for Blacksy, but a nice dodge from Cyclone here. The bounce shot's going down. Edgar for the jump in once again. And it's Humble with complete control of the map right now as Tomsy goes down the right side.
And it looks like Humble finally make Kenya Edgar reliever as well here. Filippo doing an amazing job getting the kills, getting some safe damage. He's everywhere at the same time. Javi now unsafe, but you can leave Anita unsafe without a bear. However, Carl does so much damage. He's doing a good job there defending him once again. Bear coming out. Gets immediately taken out by Humble again, but there is the lead for Team Queso.
Well played for Team Queso there. I mean, they feed a super over. That's just part of the Edgar draw, right? Sometimes you're just going to charge the enemy team super as Blacksy gets a cross-court shot going down there. Well played as now Team Queso is going to be able to charge forward and a defensive effort on this left-hand side. But Blacksy keeps the shots coming. Insane work over here as he finally goes down to a Cyclone bounce. Boss now trying to get a little extra value here. Won't find it. So once again, we're going to have to see Humble play a pretty perfect 30 seconds here and make a comeback.
All three of them now have a supply drop from Ruff's gonna do a bit more damage, just enough to get the better out of this 1v1 on the right-hand side. Filippo gets a takedown onto Black Sea. Boss and Javi on the upper side, getting in some damage. Humble needs some damage down there as well, they do, but Filippo gets taken out by Black Sea. And with that, Team Kaiser sweeps their safe 0. And we have a 2-1 here in this very first set. Team Kaiser taking it.
Yeah, Team Queso, what a strong showing there towards the end of game number 3. I thought things were starting to swing back in the favor of the other side, but instead it's actually Team Queso who explode there towards the end game. You know, I like the choice. It's something you mentioned, right? Anita by herself, almost worth the trade every time to just leave the Nita alone, but if Bruce the Bear gets in the mix, we saw Carl jump in here as well, you can't help but go play defense. At that point, it's too much to handle. I think all of that kind of pieced together for Team Queso to take a lead there, and just at the end here, there was simply nothing they could do. Too low of a timer, and the finishing blow there as well. I mean, really well played the Team Queso, but it definitely felt like a pretty even match.
It did. Filippo in the end getting the star player rightfully, I have to say so. 46 kills on the side of Humble, but it just wasn't enough. And that's exactly what I was afraid of when I saw their comp. They only have the Atco to deal damage. They were doing an amazing job, a fantastic, phenomenal job at defending, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, defense only goes so far. At some point, you have to get to the other side. In game number 1, we didn't see enough of it from Humble, I would say, but they finally made it work in game number 2 there. I thought we got to really see what Edgar could do, a much better performance from him. And again, if Edgar's doing well, your team's probably doing well, but if they're not getting Edgar under that high safe, if they're not wasting enemy team resources, it's going to be a little tough. But I thought they had a strong showing from Edgar. I thought that was honestly a pretty solid work from Humble as well, and it feels like something that could go the distance in terms of a match.
It could. It already went all the way into the third and last game in this very first set, so I do believe it's going to be another close one. My heart's still broken from the sweep that just happened. Let's not have another one here. Team Queso definitely looking strong today, and I have to say, throughout the last weeks, they were getting stronger and stronger. I love their draft they were just showing us. I feel like they are now really in this match, and we have to acknowledge them for being one of the top teams we might have in this season.
Yeah, they could peel off a little bit of a surprise card. I mean, it's a team name that we've known for a little bit in Brawl Stars. These guys have had plenty of playing time together as well, and they're starting to really put it together here for ESL. You know, BSC, we haven't seen them necessarily have a big marquee win, any monumental swings in the season. If anything, I think recently hasn't necessarily gone their way, but for whatever reason, this is their time and place, looking good so far. Got to close out a couple more sets here, but Pam, a very EMEA choice. It's one that over in NA we don't see quite as frequently, but it's definitely starting to catch on a little bit, and I think especially in a mode like Hot Zone, has a lot more value. Healing Station, you know, can kind of be pesky into some of these tankier options. And I just love the Scrap Sucker gadget and what it can do. Obviously, it can siphon away enemy team shots, and into brawlers like Amber especially, which are commonly picked on this map, it could be a big reason why they go for that early.
I do like both comps so far. We have Pam on the side of Team Queso, just a lot of HP. It's going to be hard to deal with that for the side of Humble. With the Poke and Crow themselves, they also have some potential healing coming, though. And on Ring of Fire, in any single Hot Zone map, you just want to go with either a lot of HP or you're going to go with something a bit more control-based like the Lu, but it's banned. Eve is going to be the pickup there for Team Queso, something we don't see that often, but Team Queso has shown it before, and they're also one of those teams that like to show us some brawlers, which, yeah, we're about to get to be surprised, I hope.
Yeah, I think Eve an interesting choice here as well, because Poco's somebody that I feel like you can charge up your super fairly and evenly against. You know, Eve can kind of keep the distance, and while Poco won't go down easily if you're feeding a bunch of spawners, it also plays into that kind of poison effect somebody like Crow normally has. But for Eve, if her spawners connect to the other side, she's charging up really easily. Can also be some body blockers as well for Pam and Carl, so I think that's going to help them maybe gain some more control here. Poco, Crow, very normal brawlers, I would say. Colette, however, I think is a very selected pick, maybe trying to go towards that Carl a little bit.
With the push it star power, Colette does a fantastic job against the Carl and is very good against Pam as well, getting rid of that turret quite easily. And Pam is just a very tanky brawler overall, so wherever there's tanks, Colette is going to thrive. I do like both comps so far. Maybe Humble is with a bit more conventional one, whereas Team Queso trying to show us the Eve, the Pam work today. And yeah, again, I'm about to be surprised, I hope, by one of those two teams.
Yeah, I think Colette a very situational one. I don't think it's going to happen every day at Ring of Fire. I feel like it was warranted because of the matchups, though. And I think that was an example of maybe a brawler that might be fine on this map, but very situational, played into very certain brawlers on the other side. Meanwhile, brawlers like Poco, like Crow, I feel like just show up here pretty often, right? It's a Hot Zone kind of special here To kick things off, it's going to be Boss in the mid here. A slowdown coming in from Cyclone, dictating the pace here early. It's Humble taking charge of this hot zone and well past 25%.
Blacksy falling low there, has to fall back. Does, however, heal up before he gets taken out. Filippo trying to go in now. He does indeed push it, but he doesn't hit his super for now. Still 50% lead already for Humble, looking very, very strong and looking like they want revenge after this lost set to Team Kaiser.
Well, Poco going to strum a few chords there, take out the Eve spawners with ease. And again, it's going to be a constant battle here. We already see Javi with another super. This is kind of what I alluded to in kind of the warm-up here and analyzing the draft. I think Javi can, not necessarily win these lanes easily, but can certainly convert some super value here. Is Boss going to fall low? Blacksy going to fall low? Humble trying to claw their way back into this, but Team Queso, the ones with map control on the hot zone right now, they're just going to charge forward. A few gadgets being popped here, a dive forward, a connection, but that healing station doing so much work. Boss already with so much HP, and now when you add the extra super in the mix, it's hard to stop. Humble, though, finally claimed it back and have gotten their lead.
But all of a sudden, Team Queso catching up to Humble there is kind of dangerous for them, as they were looking so strong in the first few seconds. Again, Team Queso standing in mid there, having full match control with Blacksy on the left-hand side in the bushes, with Javi on the right-hand side and his little parasites, the babies. Having just so much control, it doesn't look like Humble can come back from this one. Again, Blacksy gets the better out of that one. Filippo is taken out. 4% left.
Team Queso are going to take it. 100-67, and it was such a strong start from Humble. I was feeling pretty good about them potential to bounce back here. And set number one, even match, very close, but it's the little things like that that I think make it tough to make a comeback, and mentally that's something they're going to have to overcome. Like you mentioned, a little bit of an unusual roster play from them in terms of choices, a little something different, but that's just part of having a four-man roster. And I think Humble in a spot where they can't afford to kind of drop these big leads. This is a map, though, where comebacks happen somewhat frequently, I would say. It's not easy, but once you gain map control, especially when you get spawn traps on this map, so difficult to make a comeback. So I think Team Queso, all things considered, did exactly what they needed to do, but an early kill here as well. Gonna put Poco and Crow in a pretty good position.
Humble again with an early lead here, but you said it correctly. They don't have the mental right now to come into this game. The momentum definitely on the side of Team Queso here, and they are a lot quicker this time around to even get some percentages there themselves. Humble were looking a lot stronger in the first one. For now, Boss, very low, has to fall back. Has his turret, however, healing up very quickly, and still they're on the run for the lead of Humble.
This is where things started to get away from them last time. Once Pam got that healing station down and just took control of the mid, they really couldn't take it back. Right now, Colette getting very aggressive. Can't deal with the spawners very easily, though. A dive in from Cyclone as well. Desperate to get rid of Pam. They do so, but now there's a spinning Blacksy coming Tomsy's way. No super available, no heals for him. Cyclone falling as well. Team wipe going down for Team Queso, and right back in control of that hot zone.
And all of a sudden, Team Queso takes over the lead with 60% already. It's going to be a tough one for Humble once again to turn things around. They always have a very good start as long as they don't have any supers on the side of Team Queso, but as soon as the turret comes down from Boss, as soon as Blacksy has his super, as soon as Javi has his little babies, his little spawners, it's going to be very hard for Humble to come back from this one. Tomsy, however, now standing in mid very strongly. Boss almost gets taken out there by Cyclone, just survives the very close match.
This is going to be neck and neck, and control going to be a big thing, so Humble losing a brawler here going to be very difficult, especially with the spawners overwhelming them. Tomsy put in the corner, Blacksy there to clean things up. And now a tie-up ball game here with Team Queso in position of the hot zone. Cyclone throwing down shots. A super from the long distance, not quite connecting. A healing station down as well. Boss with a kill here. Cyclone near death. Doesn't even get the trade. Boss falls at the end of the day, but Blacksy, the aggression, the supers on point throughout the whole set. Humble just didn't have it in him in that one. Team Queso put up enough control there to come out with a 2-0 win.
And that has to hurt so much in both sets. They took either a game or made it all the way and had the lead for most of the time, most of the duration of the match. But in the end, Team Queso gets the better out of it. We see some highlights here again. Blacksy doing such a fantastic job with the Carl staying alive there for most of the time. Boss there on the other side, just never even going down. Although Humble had the Colette, they just didn't have the amount of damage output they needed to go up against this tanky brawler.
Yeah, the interactions were pretty interesting there. I think Colette makes a lot of sense, right? You want to go against the high HP brawler. Pam you want to go against the Carl, which traditionally Colette has been an option to Carl. But I think when Eve was brought in the mix a little bit, I think it made it more difficult. Like I said, Poco's somebody that you can a little more easily charge up those supers, I would say. He's not one that's necessarily going to strike you down quickly, but he's got a lot of HP, can cycle in those supers. I think as a result, the spawners were just too much to handle, and Colette's somebody that, while Poco might be able to strum one chord and take them all out at once, Colette only throws one shot at a time. And so when 4 little mini babies, as you call them, start sprinting at you, what are you to do? You're just rendered useless. You're fighting more brawlers on the map, and that's just not Colette's specialty.
And that's going to be even worse for the Crow, slowly trickling down the spawners. I have to say, though, when we saw the stats as well, 20 kills on the side of Team Kaizo, I have to say they deserve that win over this last set we just witnessed. Bell's Rock is going to be the next map again. We have seen this map before. Maybe those two teams can also kind of have a look into what the other teams picked here before, getting their draft even stronger now. And well, Humble really needs a good draft now, as Team Kaizo already 2-0 up. They can get match point this round. We also need to remember, Team Kaizo is one of the only teams we have in the Snapdragon Pro Series that didn't make it into the monthly finals. Humble did.
Yeah, and I mean, BSC points on the line. We're still really early on in the season, all things considered. Day 3 for us. But yeah, I mean, Team Queso, somebody, like, they don't want to take a loss here either. I mean, you never want to lose, but you definitely don't want to be in a losing standing, at least. You want to have more wins than you do losses. So Team Queso, losing one here would not be fun. But for Humble, I think similarly to how we talked about Foot earlier, this would be very devastating for them to lose another one. I mean, at that point, they have to kind of play their season out perfectly. Dangerously close to losing kind of that control a little bit. And over on Bell's Rock, no Shelly, no Tick again, no Barley. Talked about those throwers a lot earlier. The Byron one catching me off guard a little bit in terms of entering the ban stage.
I mean, Team Kaizo is a team that values healing quite a bit, so maybe Byron was one of their own first picks, now picking it away or banning it away so Humble can't have it. They take the Goss, however, which is one of the most picked brawlers in our region, and also by Humble, one of the favorites. We would have some great options still open for them later on. Maybe a Carl is coming in, maybe a Bonnie. Let's see later on. For now, they're gonna go with a thrower here. Grum already incoming. I do like that.
Yeah, it leaves Team Queso with an opportunity for a backdoor thrower as well. So no Barley, no Tick. That means Grom and Sprout enter my mind. And so since Grom was the first selected, Team Queso could elect to take a Sprout here if they really wanted to. Depends on the interactions they're really looking for. I think Gene, somebody with the pull, normally really good into throwers, right? But at least Grom with his Watchtower might be able to block those out. So that could be a reason why maybe they go with that over a Sprout, because Sprout can cycle some walls in and out, but can't stop a Gene pull from going through. So it might be some of the influence for maybe why they picked that thrower instead. But I just like Grom in general for this game mode as well. Lethal super, especially towards those in-games, and it gets just more and more difficult to dodge as you progress.
I mean, to be fair with the Sprout, if you're quick enough, you can place the wall on top of you, bump out of the way, but that's advanced process.
That's out of my skill set.
I didn't say that. I do believe you can do that. I'm gonna make you do it. 1v1 after this.
I'm not winning that. I mean, it's just how it is.
You're in Sprout, I'm in Gene. You're gonna dodge every single Gene super simply because I'm awful.
Okay, well, we'll see about that. We'll settle that later on, I think. I don't feel confident, though.
We're gonna wait for another draft. Now from Team Kaizo, they do have the second and third pick still open. With the Gene already, they need something that can go along well with the Gene. Whenever he gets a pull, something that can help him finish off those brawlers incoming from Humble. Maybe a Notice here, maybe something with a bit more range would be good as well. We did see some Bell action here before. B could be an option. Piper worked out decently before as well, so let's see with what Team Kaizo will go with.
Yeah, it's interesting. They could take a long-ranged approach to kind of round this out. I'm always a little fearful if you're a long-range brawler going to somebody like Grom, but obviously with a well-balanced composition, you can kind of make it work here. So we'll see what they end up going with. Again, Sprout maybe as a backdoor option for them. A few long-range ones, like you said, we saw the Bell, we saw the Piper earlier. Maybe even something like a Brock could come out here to kind of tear down these walls, maybe make it a little more difficult for Grom and maybe a little easier for you and your team to dodge some shots. Hard to say. I feel like Knockout in general, a very versatile mode, especially in something like Bell's Rock. You can make the long range work, you can make the throwers work. I think it's like a lot of the times we're going to see kind of well-balanced compositions. You'll usually see a more aggressive brawler, you'll see a thrower, and then maybe a long range option here. But instead, it's going to be a Rico, a Gene, a Bonnie on the other side. The final brawler to round out the Humble composition ends up being Brock.
You love to see that. Brock incoming, but not from the team you were expecting, but from Humble themselves. They do, however, not want to open up any of those walls with the Grom. They do want to dodge incoming supers from Boss. Team Kaiser with a great push here already. Humble all the way back into spawn. You don't see that often in Bell's Rock, where you usually can hide quite well behind those walls.
Blacksea just going to be holding back here. Rico, always one of the most interesting mids in this map, because you got kind of two little segments of walls you can bounce shots off of, and some of them being indestructible as well, which normally is going to give Grom an advantage. But since Team Queso have started off so strong, so oppressive, they've been able to move up the map. So now a duel on the left-hand side. Javi with way too much HP to handle, though. No shot going down from Grom there. Ultimately going to lead to a 2v1 because of Cyclone's efforts there. But at this point, Gus, not the brawler I would want in a 2v1 situation. Doesn't deal the most damage. Does charge that shield, which into the next round is going to help. But on the other end, Team Queso certainly have some firepower to kick off too.
I do agree with you on that one. I would prefer any other brawler in a 1v2 situation. But, however, he did get his super, which is the end goal of most of those situations. Team Queso, again, pushing up very aggressively. Blacksea just doing such a fantastic job in mid there. Tomsy can't really stand his ground against Blacksea, that is looking to get his super off right now. Tomsy already low. The follow-up of Javi, maybe he can get the takedown there. Filippo trying to body block there, does manage to do so. He gets pulled after all, but it's a 2v1 situation now for Gene.
Yeah, and then similarly, I don't love the odds for Gene here, especially with no pull. Grom's now recharged and does get the final shot. That body blocking effort, though, was crazy. I mean, what a heroic play from the teammate there to keep him alive and put him in prime position to take that round. So major shout out there. I think Humble played that really well, especially considering how poor of a situation that was looking for them.
Now with the walls broken up, Blacksea also doesn't have as much space to walk up anymore, as he could be tapped up by Filippo any time as well. Cyclone still with his shields looking to get a good use for it. We have all three supers on the side of Humble. Not really a lot of options here for Team Queso. They do have team pull, however. Maybe if they get a good team pull here, they can get this 2-3 situation they want.
Yeah, Cyclone might have to blow a super of his own if they end up connecting a pull, and Brock and Grom, not brawlers if I'm on the side of Humble. I want to see get pulled because they don't have as much health points on the other side. Grom bomb inbound as well. Connects to Blacksea, he's recharging health points immediately and fully back up as well. Now even charging the shield gear, but a big shot going down right-hand side. Brock makes the long-range connection, but the max-range pull as well. It's going to be a trade 2v2 situation. Grom lobs up another shot, Boss low HP. Dying to the incendiary at the end. Humble with a big moment right there, and they're going to need a lot more big moments where that came from if they want to win this match.
Team Queso looking into getting their match point, and Humble just about making it a bit of a tougher time for Team Queso. Finally taking this first game definitely gave them back some mental game they so desperately need, and still they're the ones that are qualified for the BSC July monthly finals as well, so they should be on the top, at the top of this.
Yeah, and I think Team Queso definitely going to come out with something to prove, and they certainly have so far. 2-0 lead right now, hopping into game number 2. Humble holding off any match points for now, but Team Queso still with plenty of a lead to try and do that for themselves. Blacksea moving up the mid. Tomsy, Cyclone forced back. Kooky Popper left-hand side will keep Hobby at bay for now. Recharge here coming in from Blacksea too. Super available for Cyclone. You throw it to Grom. Grom's not necessarily somebody I want running in, but could it be a lifeline to save one of the teammates here? Big battle right-hand side for Boss too, but for the most part, everybody just trying to gain those very powerful supers for in-games.
Team Queso pushing them back again into their spawn. Not quite, but Humble slowly but steadily pushes back now. Great taps incoming from Filippo. Boss falls. 3v2 situation. Filippo follows up with a super onto Blacksea. Blacksea needs to use a bouncy castle to stay alive in that situation. Gets the takedown onto Blacksea with a 1v1 situation, which is in favor of Javi as he wins.
I really thought that was going to side with Team Humble there, but Bonnie, overwhelming amounts of health points. There's so many things that Bonnie can do, which I think makes her such a viable brawler, especially at a professional level. She checks a lot of boxes, right? Longer range, can get aggressive if needed, has a super for get out of jail 3 cards. It's a lot that adds up and makes her such a strong option. She often escapes the ban phase, but I think it's why she's so frequently picked over in the pick stage as well. Reset here, Boss, super available. Javi can dive in whenever necessary, and 3 supers lined up for Humble. In round number 2, They need to hold off here. They're going to have to put these resources to work right now as Black Seed's being forced away. Grom Bomb going down. He gets hit by 2 supers and survives it all. Boss there to give the magic puffs as well. No harm, no foul. Team Queso still in prime position to try and win this.
Lexi already out of gadgets. Great shot coming in from Javi. Gets the takedown of the Toms. He traded off immediately by him as well. We have a 2v1 situation now for Blacksy. And Rico is one of those brawlers that could make it work here. But with Filippo's super, with Blacksy out of gadgets, it's going to be a tough one for him here. Getting tapped up by Cyclone. And there it is. Humble equalizing the score here. Still no match point incoming for Team Queso very soon.
This is a moment that Humble need to capitalize on. They've bounced back here. They don't want to drag it on to a match point. Team Queso take this round, advantage them. If not, Humble can force a 4th set. Javi with no super. The pull not connecting there. Didn't even get the watchtower in return either. So Boss without a big super, a game-changing super at that. On the right-hand side, Brock capitalizing. The Rocket Rain making big connections. Gadget inbound as well. For now, each side looking for their first kill, but Humble with a prime opportunity with a couple supers in their pockets.
And now all of a sudden, it's going to be Humble pushing back Team Queso slowly but steadily as Javi is falling quite low. Blacksy missing a super as well. It's not looking too good for Team Queso right now. Filippo gets shielded off here by Cyclone. Grom Bomb coming in. Javi's falling. Blacksy's one shot. Again, no gadget left by him. 2v3 situation. Team Queso is going to struggle with that one.
Nice job to Brock making the shots necessary to grab that kill. 3v2 situation, the Storm closing in. The Vengeful Spirit's not doing enough here as Cyclone activates the lifeline, keeps himself going a little longer, and it ultimately ends up being a team wipe here for Humble. No more sweeps today. It's going to be 2-1 now. Humble still in it.
They are no more sweeps for today. My heart just calmed down. Thank you. And we're gonna have a look again. It looked very close for Team Queso in the end there. They could have taken it, but in the end, Humble just got the better out of it. Every single time, Team Queso looked so strong at the start, pushing them back all the way into spawn, but then just not capitalizing on the pressure they had.
Yeah, I think, again, it felt really even. I think, you know, despite Team Queso going up 2-0, I feel like there were a lot of moments where we called out, hey, Humble didn't look too bad either. You know, they've had some games that certainly have gotten out of hand, but that was a demonstration, I think, where we started to see better performances from Humble, stuff that I'm more used to seeing. So this does feel like, kind of like we said in the pregame, a very even match. I'm a little caught off guard by the 2-0 hot start from Team Queso, just considering that we all kind of thought Humble barely win this one despite the standings, but right now we could still be proven right technically.
But Team Queso was also looking stronger with every single match day, with every single week they play. They are slowly but steadily even convincing Trev, which is a very hard thing to do. So I do believe they can take this one today. Although I also said Humble would take it in the end. They would need to do a reverse sweep. Now they just started it. Maybe they can make it.
Well, fingers crossed that we continue to get some awesome Brawl stars from these guys. Over on map number 4, I think we're going to have to see another solid draft from Humble. I think they did a good job of just playing it safe. I feel like they didn't stretch on their composition. They didn't hit the panic button. They didn't try and reinvent the wheel. They just trusted in themselves, trusted in the draft. I feel like ultimately got some good picks there in set number 3. So we'll see if they elect to go for something different here in set number 4. Field goal on the way as well. And Brawl Ball, honestly, one of my favorite modes to watch because it's just chaotic. There's a lot of big things that can happen. You can get these big aggressive tanks that come in, or you can get the more passive gameplay, the pocket and the corner style, you know, playing more of a defensive game. But I love me some good offensive Brawl stars.
I do love Brawl Stars as well. Thank you. Brawl Ball, of course, is one of the best maps, one of the best modes because of those aggression and because of the picks we get in. It's not that big of a variety we can choose from, as in Knockout, we just talked about it. There's long-range brawlers usually, but not really on field goal, only the mid, if even. But yeah, let's see. We did see this map before as well. SK versus State Division showed it off. Let's see if those two teams let themselves be inspired by the picks that we did see before, or if they're gonna show us something completely new. Still no match point for Team Queso so far, but this 4th set could be the last one of the day.
Yeah, and all things considered, I still feel like Team Queso looked pretty solid in set number 3 too. I mean, it's really difficult to make a reverse sweep happen. You know, 2-1 advantage still for Team Queso. 1 more to go and they win it here. And I think putting themselves in pretty good stuff on the standings as well. I think that's big for them. You know, this is on day number 3. You know, you play every single opponent at least once. But when we look back, I mean, the damage piling up for Humble, obviously the super buttons way in their favor too, and they clearly kept the pedal to the metal there. I mean, not healing for nearly as much as Team Queso, so I don't know what to expect here. I think we've seen different play styles coming in from them, but I hope they copy whatever recipe they did for set number 3, because it really could drag us to a set 5.
It could go all the way today. We did expect that to be incoming, and if Humble keeps going like that, if they take the momentum, they just had a knockout into the next set as well, we might as well go all the way. I have to say, today in knockout we learned, if you get your supers, if you get more supers than your opponents, you can win. What's this single piece of thing you need to win? The key you need to win in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's nice to get those supers as well. I think supers are kind of a good metric to judge how in the action they've been, how much pressure they're applying to the enemy, because sometimes you charge up that super, and oftentimes you'll see brawlers like Gene where they'll threaten you a little bit, you know, they'll flash that super, but they don't always activate it. So sometimes it depends on the brawlers a little bit here, but I feel like for me in Brawl Ball, it's a lot of team synergy. It's a lot of knowing when to go for a goal. I think sometimes, especially as a casual player, I often fall into the trap of just kind of looking for kills. I win my lane, great, but there's a ball in the field. The goal is not to always get kills, it's about looking for opportunities. Maybe going down to get a pass over to your teammate is worth it. I think making those judgments is what these pro players do best.
For me, same. Team communication is everything sometimes, but in Brawl Ball as well, if you know where to place your ball, the ball placement, it's so important, which I do see time and time again in lower tiers in my Power League games or whatever, that they just completely forget about the ball, which did happen to one of those teams before as well. I'm not going to call them out here, but Team Queso versus Humble now starting their draft, already looking strong with the Shelly and the Gas ban from the side of Humble. Finally, we have them ban out the Shelly.
I mean, I think on field goal especially, Shelly would be so good here. I mean, I could not imagine playing against a Shelly on this map. Again, it's one of those situations where I feel like if you don't ban the Shelly, you're giving it away. And as a first overall pick, Team Queso going to get a B, which is still a solid brawler, but if that had been something like a Shelly, I think you're just setting yourself up to maybe overwork yourself a little bit, make things more difficult than they need to be. I do think B happens to be one of those brawlers that can do well into tanks, very versatile, and even though I don't think she's quite as strong as she used to be, they're not locked into any strategy, and it's just a pretty solid mid in general.
I have to agree with you on that one. B is still as strong as ever, really, as well as Max, that did get quite a hefty nerf just recently, but still, she's one of the best brawlers out there, at least being one of the most picked up brawlers. We have to believe that. Max coming in now from Humble, they do like to play this brawler. Cyclone doing a fantastic job on this brawler time and time again, and now I'm eager to see with what they're going to pair it with. Carl could be an option here, as well as the Terra once again, or they're going to go with throwers again, which we did see here before.
Yeah, field goal's got a lot of interesting dynamics. I mean, we got this mid that I wouldn't even call it quite long range. I think more of kind of those mid-range engagements. You know, some of these maps we get the long duels, and I think for B, she can do a little bit of everything. She's heavy hitting when she gets that big sting. She can also slow down Max, I will say, with her super as well. I feel like this is oftentimes a debate we get from the general public is B or Max in a more favorable position, and ultimately it's going to be all about how you play it. I think there's strengths to both sides, but Max and Ems, a long-time pairing in Brawl Ball, in Brawl Stars in general, that's done really well. Ems normally with a big circle around her for that super to kind of push you up the map, and now you get some max energy, and that's just a recipe for destruction.
One of the best synergies in-game for sure. Nita coming in now from Team Queso, one of the best counters to that Ems, and there finally we do have a thrower incoming. Humble just needs to go with a Dynamite or a Barley now to counter off that Willow, really. As well as the Nita would do well against both of those picks. Maybe we do see another aggro pick coming in though. We did see an Edgar being picked up here before, and it would work well against Willow at least.
Well, their approach is going to be going with another thrower, like you said. They're going to be electing to go with the Barley, and this is just kind of a composition that can't afford to go down. They really rely on map control here. It's not necessarily somebody that's going to be blasting their way forward. They don't have that Sam or that Buzz or that big playmaker. It's going to be Max charging up that super and then pairing it with Ems, and then obviously last call for Barley, something that can force a team away and halt any incoming offense or really force a team into the back of their goal, and then you can just kind of walk it in. So I see the vision here a little bit, and obviously we've seen what Willow can do. The shenanigans are unreal. I think it's a really big playmaker in this game mode.
It's gonna be. I do like the Nita a bit better than the Ems, the Barley a bit better than the Willow, but we'll see how it's gonna be played out right now as Javi and Cyclone already standing in mid there in a 1v1 where Javi gets taken out. First push incoming from Humble already.
Big opportunity now. Tomzy with a free walk forward. The slowdown, not quite enough. That Honey Molasses pot can't stop the ball. It's going to be Humble here with an early goal. Big offense coming in from a composition that, like I said, oftentimes have to wait for those supers, but Cyclone already cycling in a couple now. Distribution of the heals now as well. Javi forced to play goalkeeper, does have the Honey Molasses pot, but a lot more difficult when you have a thrower on the field. Another big pickup here. Black Sea Boss looking to defend, low HP for Boss. A kick forward, a wide open net. Wow, Lipo with the goal. Humble looking good.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be how you win in Brawl Ball within 50 seconds. 2-0 against such a strong team like Team Keizo. Humble made them look a bit weak right now, taking the momentum from Knockout definitely into this Brawl Ball set and completely running over Team Keizo.
That was insane. I mean, nothing went wrong for them. I think, like you said, speedrun specialist right there. It's not too often we see a professional game go that quickly. I think for Team Keizo, these early interactions are going to be important. Don't feed those supers too quickly. Don't have a brawler go down. I think Cyclone, especially with the phase shift, with the super, make big plays happen quickly. Phase shift away now for defense, and Team Keizo, first time possibly with ball control in this set. Boss hunkered down left-hand side. The friend zoner, though. Tomzy keeping him at bay for now. Pass over towards Javi. Lippo there to pick it up, but Black Sea still remains alive. Well, until Cyclone with low HP somehow still survived and got the kill. Great value out of his life right now, as now he's regenerating health points and has a super.
Exactly, they have their supers already, and with the mid control they have right now, it's absolutely huge for Team Humble here. Can push up slowly but steadily now. Tomzy looking, getting some value out of this super, hitting all three of them. Boss is low, so is Black Sea. And Cyclone now rushing up there, getting the kill onto Javi. This surely has to be goal here. No super available for Black Sea, and it's going to be a 1-0 again. Not quite as quickly as the first one, but still, Humble looking much more dominant in this Brawl Ball set.
I think in an attempt to play defense, Black Sea may have even used the super, but the shot got through the back of the net in time. Team Keizo, though, with a very pivotal pickup here. 3 brawlers standing against Cyclone Barley, who can, again, just stay back behind enemy lines. Thankfully for Team Keizo, though, they have a thrower at their disposal, too. Extra speed going down. Tomzy being powered up, getting that ball out of the goal side as Bruce the Bear will replace as the 3rd brawler for now. Stun, not quite in range here. Boss now making a move, trying to put this in the mid closer to Black Sea, who does have a super, and again, the shenanigans for Willow, very strong in this game mode, is why she's often selected as a brawler, because if you use her super on the opponent, they can score self-goals on themselves or just damage opponents, and all of a sudden, Team Keizo falling just short of a goal opportunity. Successful defensive effort there from Humble.
They have 40 seconds left to prevent Humble from going all the way into the very last and 5th set here. 30 seconds. Now, Javi standing in mid again. We kind of have a reset here. The ball is nowhere to be seen though. Boss pushing up on the right-hand side, trying to get the ball out of the corner. So close, but still not yet there. Javi supering it out. Black Sea doesn't get the connection. Cyclone gets the ball. 12 seconds left on the clock. Javi already knows it's not gonna be his time to score here. Humble taking this first set means we're gonna go all the way into the very last set. Double swoosh.
Wow. I mean, Humble just brought the energy there. I think the composition worked really well. I think we really saw the ceiling of what that Max and M's pairing can bring. And I think Barley was really good at just keeping the enemies at bay. You see it here. Huge slowdown going down the Team Keizo. Black Sea forced to pop a gadget. Not too many brawlers on the field. Enough damage there, and Cyclone able to just swoop in and do the rest. Nicely played, and overall just really impressive from Humble, but this interception had to be the play of the game to keep them in it.
I was so unlucky though that Black Sea didn't get the ball. Instead did Cyclone. Looking at the stats now, Humble did get a bit more damage output, but overall, Team Keizo shot a lot more, but yeah, the stats just look so clean, so similar, not big of a difference, and still it was a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, I felt like even though the stats maybe tell a different story, Humble just felt like they were on top right there. I mean, Brawl Ball certainly went their way. We said it was really difficult to get to a set 5 being down 2-0. Humble are that team. They have really forced opponents, including ones like Zeta Division, who we've been talking about all year long. They've been somebody that have been very powerful, and we're, commonly referring to them as possibly the strongest team in this region right now. They challenged them. They've had some good showings. 0-2, something that surprised me even a little bit. And coming into this, it was 50-50, and well, now it's a coin toss as we go into set 5.
Team Keizo is one of those teams that do get 2-0s and then get reverse sweeped. I would hate to see that incoming for them now. I think, personally, as a player, Nothing hurts more than getting reverse swept, especially in such an important match day as today, where Team Kaiser does have 1 point, but it's not going to be enough to make it all the way to Cologne.
Yeah, I mean, every win you pick up, so valuable in this season, right? And all these opponents are really good. It's something we've seen time and time again in Brawl Stars, but especially EMEA, everybody's a challenger. On any given day, somebody can pick up a win, and especially, you know, being in a situation where if you fall down here, you have a losing record going into tomorrow, day number 4. It's not something that Team Queso wants to find themselves with, and Humble also very desperate for a win here too. 0-3 is something that they don't want to see either. They don't want to be falling down to that end and really be forced to play a perfect remaining days here. So it's going to come down to double Swoosh, where Mr. P and Crow are going to be our early selections.
Great pickups there by Team Kaiser. We did, however, see them play last week with their Mr. P already, and it just wasn't enough HP for them to collect a single gem there. Let's see if it's going to work out better today with the PAM. I do like that combination. Also the banning of Stu and Max this time around, so no aggression at all can play against their Mr. P.
Yeah, and I like getting rid of Squeak here too. I think it's somebody we haven't seen a ton today in North America. I know the guys over there really value this brawler. They think it's really solid from talking to a couple pros. I think it's good at what it does, and I think banning it here makes a lot of sense to me. Double Swoosh, one of those maps where I feel like as an area control brawler, adding in that gadget, it's somebody that I would definitely want to remove. Amber, one of those brawlers as well that we're going to see hitting that ban stage too. Ems, no surprise. I mean, it's just a safe pick. Piloting the brawler, it doesn't take a lot of, you know, calculations in your head. You kind of just hit the spray button. You want to get the area control. Just consistent is the name of the game for Ems. Poco to round out this composition too, and that's one that I didn't necessarily see coming.
With the Stu and the Max out of the way, they have to go something in mid that can stand his own ground, and Poco definitely something like that. We have the B now on the left-hand side lane of Team Kaiser. Pram is probably going to play the right side with the vision gear. On the side of Humble, they can switch it around a bit more. Crow could also take over the mid control there, and M's definitely going to be on the left-hand side lane against that Pam. I don't know. I kind of like the Team Kaiser comp just a tad bit better, although they have Mr. P.
Yeah, Mr. P going to be pretty pesky. I mean, we're going to see those porters, I think, try and get a little bit of value. They might elect to go for the the gadget that kind of beefs them up a little bit. I can't imagine the extra spawner, especially with only about 1,000 HP, is going to do much into Poco or anything like that. Somebody that can just spray it down immediately. I don't know. I go back and forth on that one. I think as a final draft, both of these teams really laying it all on the line. We're going to see Mr. P in the mid. I think B going to once again, like we saw a little bit earlier today, kind of take this long range left-hand side. And the gadget that we don't see too often coming in from Black Sea, going to be making an appearance here. Again, one of those gadgets that recently got a little bit of a buff, so awesome to see that one getting some more playing time in the field. Another pop here as well. Cyclone, not going to be able to dodge the regular shot. Does get out of harm's way of the gadget, though. Back and forth right now. 2-2 on the scorecard.
Great shots from the start from Javi's side. He already has his super in now, as Tomsy was feeding him quite heavily at the start. So far in gems, we don't really have a lead from any side. Boss trying to go aggressive there. Turret comes down a tiny bit too late there. It's taken out on the left-hand side. Cyclone is falling though as well. So we have that 2v2 situation. Both of the bushes are competed by the team standing inside of it. Lippo getting the better of this 1v1. Boss falls once again, has some struggles to get into the right-hand side lane.
And a great job of Wind to pop that gadget too. It's right as those porters are about to go down, and then he just shoots them up with some HP. I think well played from Javi, and it's going to take a lot of shots from Poco and Ims combined, even Crow too. Somebody that can't take him down with one blow, but a major pickup here in the mid. Now a dive in from Cyclone, just trying to force them away. Can't do so. Javi picking up every one of these gems to get him to a countdown. 13 seconds to go. Poco dueling right-hand side. Boss just keeping them away. There's no way that they can cross the field with enough time. Humble generating such momentum to put themselves back in this one, but Team Queso, they made it look simple.
Team Queso with another match point here. What a great takedown there. Tomsy falling a tad bit overextended there, walking too far in mid. Great takedown, we see it once again here. Javi then also with the porter, so Cyclone won't hit him. Great plays incoming from him, and he secures his team their first match point here. However, Humble still looking fierce here. We're looking strong throughout the whole set. Maybe they can turn around things here still.
Yeah, I was just shaking my head a little bit when watching that replay, because I feel like Tomsy's death was probably one they could have avoided. Maybe overstepping a little bit, like you said. I just don't know. It just felt like a wasted opportunity. I think it was a very even one until that moment. Big pickup here could certainly help the cause for Humble as well. Another rattled Hive going down left-hand side. Blacksea, though, can't quite make the connections. They will be powerful shots if they get there, though. Very aggressive play coming in from Ims. Tomzy powering up his teammate as well with extra health points. Boss doing his best to assist as well, but Cyclone there to answer. Takedown on the bottom left-hand side, and a team wipe here for Humble. Complete map control and gym count all in their favor.
7-0, 8-0 gems now. Looking great for Humble. Looking like they're going to turn around things here any time. Javi and Blacksea trying to pinch up Filippo there. Filippo gets the better out of that one, gets the double kill even. Great job by him. Cyclone on the right-hand side also gets a takedown onto Boss. And with Tomzy picking up the 10th and last gem here, countdown is starting. And it doesn't look like Team Kaizo can turn around things here anymore. Trying to push in here, but getting pushed back by Cyclone and Filippo. Javi does have a super, but it's not going to be enough time to get the takedown onto Tomzy. 1-1. We not only go all the way in sets, but also within the set.
Match point, match point. Humble. Something changed. I don't know what it was, but all of a sudden, game 2 comes around, backs against the wall, and something in the competitive spirit just came out of them. They looked more than alive there in game number 2. Each side now with an opportunity to close this one out for our final match of day number 3. Team Kaizo and Humble kicking us off for game number 3.
Filippo playing it a lot more aggressive than in the first game made them win this one. Now, Team Kaizo is waiting for Filippo to push up that aggressive leg and they pinch him quite heavily. He's low there, still getting healed by Tomzy, and they do pick up another 4 gems right at the start. The aggression really pays off.
Crow maintaining this right-hand side. Boss again, low HP. Now the slowdown coming in from the M Super. 3 Humble Brawlers continue to stand tall, and now Super being eliminated there from Javi. Cyclone wants more smoke as well. Gonna be battling against Blacksea, will ultimately fall. And because these Brawlers go down, Tomzy forced away. Poco not somebody you want leading the charge here. Javi able to pick up 3 gems immediately, and Humble with such a hot start here for game number 3, all of a sudden being shut down.
Slowly but steadily, Team Kaizo is catching up. Not yet leading, but they do have 4 gems above their heads as well. Cyclone now pushing in, keeping Javi low and pushing him back into spawn even. Boss coming back now, but Humble with such a great mid control as Filippo is also winning his lane again. Blacksea falling, great start, great control now for Humble. Can Team Kaizo recover from this one? It's going to be a tough one.
Ims with such fancy footwork going against B, finally falling here. Now an opportunity for Team Kaizo once again. Poco not chancing anything. They only need 2 more gems to count down. Good news for Team Kaizo is they've now got 6 in their pockets. Map control as well. Humble now grouping together. They need to play this smart. They can't afford to drop Brawlers here early as Ims looking to lead the charge. Right-hand side will go down. Healing station in there as well. Tomzy not even focused on it. They need to get mid control and quickly.
What a comeback here from Team Kaizo. All of a sudden they have 7 gems as well, being not that much away from the countdown themselves. Even if Humble gets a countdown now, Team Kaizo can still equalize this one. 15 seconds left. They need to take down onto Filippo at least. Otherwise it's going to be over for them. Humble looking strong there. Cyclone falling. The other 2 still thriving.
4 seconds to go. Boss trying to close out here. 11 gems in their pockets. Healing station not enough. The reverse sweep inbound. Humble finally get a win on the board.
I'm sad for Team Kaizo at the same time. I'm really happy for Humble. They made it work. A team swipe there in the end and the reverse sweep overall. Trev, your thoughts on this match?
The reverse sweep, they didn't give up after they were 2-0 down, and it was a convincing couple of sets from Team Kaizo to start things off. They looked pretty good, whilst, especially in the hot zone. They looked very, very good, and then Humble just turned things around beautifully, and they just kept composed. And that's, that's the main thing when you try a reverse sweep. You need to keep that composure.
I said coming into the match that we had 3-0s, 3-1s, 3-2s. We hadn't had a reverse sweep until then, and you got to give Humble credit for it because Kaizo were playing great. I mean, at the start, they looked so convincing. And then Knockout, I felt they had a really decent comp. Blacksea was absolutely popping off and, just demonstrated like the versatility of Team Kaizo, really. I mean, but in Brawl Ball, I mean, Cyclone with that save, phenomenal stuff. And that's when we just kind of started to see Kaizo deteriorate a little bit. And Gem Grab was just convincing. Filippo was making moves. Fantastic stuff. I mean, that is a really great outcome for Humble because they needed that.
They did. You know, they weren't in a good position at all, and now they're on par with Team Queso on the leaderboards. 1 and 2 obviously got the head-to-head now, so they're probably going to go ahead of them as well. So it's not a bad spot for them. 1 and 2, you know, in comparison to teams who are on 0 and 3, who are really looking down their dumps right now. Humble definitely needed that win to start something, get something going, and the win they got. They're not seeing bad in BSC, but obviously they're not going to turn down, you know, cash the BSC points on top of it as well, because they're only one spot off, you know, qualifying directly to World Finals.
And Foot Esports actually wanted that result because it makes the bottom end of the leaderboard a lot closer knit and a chance for them to potentially catch up. And we'll take a look at that in just a second as well to see how the standings for today do fare as a result of things. Zeta Division, no surprises there. Riding high and mighty still. Their big 3 over A&R now, separating that gap and moving up because, you know, SK Gaming obviously taking that loss. Unusual to see. Very close match though nonetheless. Navi as well though, tied with SK Gaming that 3 and 4th position. Team Queso and Humble now in 5th and 6th. Bit of a tough day for Mr. Dostar, wasn't it? They can maybe, you know, rekindle things tomorrow. And again, for esports staying at the bottom of their leaderboards. Very surprising to see, Sunny.
I really want to see tomorrow if Zeta Division or A&R can break out now of this big pack. We don't have a lot of distance right now between all the teams. Of course, we only had 3 match days so far. And after today, once again, such close matches, apart from one, of course. But yeah, also the last one now. I feel for Team Queso there. It happened to them before as well. And I hope they take their mental back up high for tomorrow.
Some great plays, some great drafts as well, Kenny, and some top picks and bans from today about to be whizzing their way onto our screens right now. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting stuff to see the percentage of top picks as well be at the top, and it felt like IMS showed up a lot today, and I think we saw IMS start to shine just a little bit. I think it's just one of those brawlers that, like I said, it's not the most difficult to navigate, right? I feel like what IMS does is pretty straightforward. You don't have to make a bunch of fancy plays. She's been around the block for a long time, and I think same can be said for B, and why we see brawlers like that. Some of those picks that we often call out as safe picks. You're not locking into any particular strategy, and obviously when there's some really aggressive Brawl stars going down, you know, W key meta as we like to call it, having 2 brawlers that can deal with that really well makes sense to me why all 3 of them who can deal with it really well show up at the top. But of course the queen of Brawl stars at the top of the totem pole here.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises, right? You mentioned earlier today many a time just how dominant Shelly is, and I think it makes a lot of sense to me to have her banned out 92% of the time there. Stu and Squeak, I mean, we also mentioned Squeak, the rise-up Trav of you know, the buff to recent star powers and that side of things now. Is that a surprise to you to see?
I don't think it is. You know, I expected maybe a few less bans just because it's kind of not at like the highest of high levels, right? Like it usually sometimes just sneaks in just below, makes it as that 1, 2, 3 pick, something like that. So it's quite surprising for me to see it banned out that much, as I don't think it was like... Yes, it was a fairly drastic change. It's definitely put it into the meta quite a bit more, but I was surprised to even see it go that far in the meta to start with the change that it got.
Well, I actually tweeted out saying that, you know, Mr. P meta is less than the Squeak meta recently, because Squeak has been a dominant threat. And speaking of which, we've got some dominant threats coming tomorrow for day 4. Let's take a look now at the schedule for that and just revise ourselves with the matches that are still to come. Sunny, talk us through the schedule and any matches that catch your eye.
I love to see that. Again, we're going to start off with a banger there, SK Gaming versus Navi. A lot of people are going to tune in for that one, and I hope they stay for the next one. Also banger here, upcoming, Zeta Division versus Team Queso. Foot Esports is going to face off against Mr. Dosa, and A&R against Humble.
Exciting stuff. Looking forward to Foot versus Mr. Dostar, because that's going to be a telling point, isn't it? Realistically, to see whether Foot can start to turn things around. It hasn't been looking great for them, and today was not a great day for them yet again. Nonetheless, though, some very important matches to come. And, you know, we are now at that point of the competition where these games absolutely matter. Every single set, every single game is what can eventually turn things around towards the later stages. And some teams, yeah, they're looking forward to now seeing potential upsets along the way as well. Make sure, of course, watching at home, that you are staying connected to all of our social medias here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. You can go to Twitter and Facebook at ESL Mobile, on Instagram at ESL_mobile, and of course, as well, go to our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Keep up with all the latest and greatest in tournament news there. And for the competition, all the twists, all the turns, all the upsets, and only just the 1-3-0 that we've had so far. Hopefully that's the end of it as far as Sunny's concerned, but you know, you never know. I mean, today has had it all, right?
I'm very happy to see that. After all, also the switch of the brawlers we had last week, it was only Goss and Carl. This week, only B and Nita and Ems. I did not see that one coming. Maybe tomorrow is going to bring some other changes, which I'm always happy to see that.
I'm always up for the unexpected. Trav, before we close out day 3, any final thoughts from yourself?
Well, I mean, I'm very happy with the level of Brawl Stars we've seen today, and Sonny as well. From what we've said, the meta's changed week in, week out to something completely different last week to something I can't speak, something completely new this week, and maybe we'll see that change again. And I will say, make sure to tune in because I'm looking forward to the battle of the bottom,
so to speak. Wow. And with the predictions master will still come out on the top. Any final thoughts from yourself, Sonny?
Well, brutally honest as always, Trev said it all already.
Kenny?
I mean, the flight was well worth it. EMEA always has constant action. It's been so exciting to watch. Awesome to be here, and I'm excited to do it all again tomorrow.
It's been great to have you, Kenny, as well. Just to say that Kenny had a bit of a rough ride getting here as well, was delayed. We were in transit for 12 hours, and lost his suitcase. Credit to you. You would never have known. You had a phenomenal day, mate. Honestly, it's great to have you on the set. And got to as well give a huge, huge thank you to many of our sponsors and partners here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. First and foremost, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It would not be possible without them. Samsung Galaxy as well. All of these people give us such a great helping hand and support. DHL and Monster Energy as well, of course. And a huge shout out to ESL working tirelessly in the background. The production is always absolutely on point, and they are the esports cogs churning in the machine as far as I'm concerned. But what a phenomenal day it has been. Day 3 is a wrap. Day 4 still to come. That time for tomorrow for our first match will be 6:30 CEST time. Make sure you set a reminder for that because you do not want to miss any of the action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. But until tomorrow, for myself, from Trav, from Sonny, and from Kenny, it's goodbye for now.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.